Okay, I'm gonna hope that everything is set up and ready to work. Maybe. Hi, Pick. Hello, Panda and Judo. Ah, I'm gonna really hope that everything works today. Um, and the camera doesn't do that autofocus thing all day long. That would be very cool. Ah, oh, your Minky came yesterday and I wasn't here. Oh, that's so cool though. I had so many issues yesterday just trying to get things set up, and I gave up and I decided to just do some work off stream. Ugh, that's so cool that your Minky arrived though. That's fantastic. The Trolley Night Sharks? Yes, hopefully the issues are now fixed. I do have new camera app for the table here and also my sewing machine. I am using on my embroidery machine just because my embroidery machine camera phone and it won't use a new app. Embroider something today. I want test of this guy's little face. So I'm going to, well, this will be in a little bit, but I'm going to sew up the fabric for the eyes and then actually put it onto a face. And hopefully it all looks good. I also have a little name tag that's going to go right here, so I'm going to embroider that onto the body and test that out. I also, well, I'm going to start with the lambs because I really want to get these guys done. I got rid of one of my buckets yesterday, so I'm down to 5.5 with the lambs. So if I can finish these little guys, they all need the little fluffins stuck onto them there. And then the little horns, and these two need the crowns sewn in place. This one has the magnet crown, so he's all good. But I do need to finish these guys up. If I can do that, the lambs are mostly done. I still have the capes that need some work. That's these guys here. But that, basically what I'll do is I will take the black binding. There it is. The black binding, which I just buy this. I don't want to make it. I can, but it takes so long, so I just buy this. But basically I take this and I go along that top edge with the binding. And then I sew on the little metal bits on the edges that will actually hold the cape together around the lamb's neck. And then sew the bell in place as well. All of that is on a different sewing machine that doesn't have a camera though. So that's all probably going to be off stream. Just because I don't have a fourth camera and I don't know if I can set up one of my current cameras to move over to that guy and then have to reset it somewhere else. They're working right now, but I do not want to test them at all by moving them around or making them angry. So the capes are going to be off stream later, but if I can get all the bits attached to the lamb's heads, that would be great, and I can basically consider them done. I'll move them over to my photo booth just to take some pictures of them, and then I can do the capes later on this evening and finish them up. Yeah, you hand sew, Panda, which is amazing. I like hand sewing is my least favorite part. If I had to hand sew all of my plushies, I would probably give up. Uh, if I didn't have my sewing machines doing like the work for me much quicker, I would get so frustrated with it. Which is why these guys have taken so long. Really, the hand sewing is the part that I'm procrastinating about because it's not my favorite. But I do want to finish them today. I would really like to get those buckets down to a manageable order. So my plan today is try and finish up the lambs and then embroider Helpy's face, like the test of his face and then the test of his body. And then once that is like embroidering and set up, I might put a bat together. That's Maki, the bat that I've listed down there. Just to have one more bat that I can take pictures of. The other 3 bats, hang on, let me go grab them. I finished these bats not too long ago. So that's Luna Moon. I also had cut the fabric for her at the same time. So I've got enough for 7 more Luna Moons, and I think that's the end of that fabric. I wasn't able to find it the last time I went to the craft store. So it might just be I only have 7 more Luna Moons, and then she's just retired. But this one was already purchased, so I need to take pictures and then put a little ribbon around its neck and mail her out. And then I made Toast the avocado bat. So I almost finished him, but I didn't have the dark green thread for those lines right there, which I do think it matters because I was using like a blue thread for the rest of his body, which you won't see in the seams here. Like that's not visible, but it is very visible on his wings. So I sent my husband out to get the dark green thread on his way home from work. He did, and then I was able to finish those wings up that evening. So I got Toast, and then this one's Melanie, the watermelon bat, the lime green watermelon bat. I don't have a green kind of in between for the melon bats, so I just went with bright lime green because I think it's a fun color. So, yeah. I need to take pictures of these 2 so that I can list them for sale. And I will retake pictures of Luna Moon. Even though I have her pictures already, it's on a different background. And I'm trying to standardize my pictures all across my websites. So, yeah. Yes, Mr. Moose to the rescue. He can get me thread. Saves me a trip out. So these 3 I finished up earlier this week. I think this was Tuesday I finished these guys up. So I just need to take some pictures of them. Finish these guys today, take some pictures of them as well. Even though I already have pictures of the lambs, I like to take pictures of everything I finish. Just in case I get better at taking pictures over time, I've got some sort of a record of the guys that I've made. And then... yeah, so I will finish these guys up, set up for Helpy, and then potentially make Maki the sushi bat today, depending on how far I get. This is probably going to take me a good amount of time just to finish up these lambs, all the little bits on them, because I'm not a fan of hand sewing. It does take me a while. So let me go drop the bats off again. The photo light box that I use to take those pictures in a different room, so when these guys are done, I just move them over into the light box area. That way they don't get covered in extra fuzz and little goobers from my craft room there. So, okay, time for hand sewing. And the camera's position is a little bit different today, so I have to kind of remember, I have to keep everything from here and up. Okay. I can't use the bottom 3-4 inches of my table. Okay, gotta just kind of try and remember that. Everything has got to stay here and up. We'll see how I do. Ugh. Okay. Oh. And hopefully my cameras don't have many issues. That would be fantastic if they just behaved normally. Tiny scissors. Let's see. This one has its fluff and its horns, so it just needs its hat. This one is being sewn in place. The bottom is a little bit chunky up. I don't really care what the bottom looks like because I'm going to sew around that bottom and it's all going to be contained in the head there. So I'm not even going to bother closing that hole there where I stuffed it. It's just going to get sewn in place. Let's see. And just need it centered more or less. And this is just eyeballed. Yep. And then using my giant pink pins for this because they're super strong and they will go through multiple layers and hold everything down in place. So I just really want to make sure that it is fully secured so that when I go and sew around it, it's not going to move or change location at all. That looks pretty good. And just squish down the front a little bit. I might actually move it a little bit forward. Let's see. Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay. Oh, I really want my medium-sized needle, but that one's already got white thread on it, and I don't want to use the white thread. For this one, I do want black because the thread's going to be most visible on the crown because that's the shorter pile. It's less fluff on the crown. So I guess I'm going to have to go with one of my giant needles. Yeah. And you can hold on to these little guys. Okay. This right here is going to be the most difficult part to sew because I have to go around the fluff. So I'm going to start just off to the side of there. I don't want to end in there where it's difficult, but I do want to do that first before everything else really gets tacked down. So I'm starting on the side here. Just going to go through to the inside just so I can hide that knot completely inside instead of being somewhere on the outside or underneath. And then it's just small stitches all the way around. Oops. And I immediately get caught on the pin. That's cool. And I'm just using the ladder stitch for this, which is basically in and out of one side of the fabric and then in and out of the other side, keeping those stitches about parallel. That's probably the most important of the hand stitches when it comes to plushies, just that ladder stitch because it allows you to connect things and close things up and just, yeah, make things there. when you're combining the pieces for the first time, like when you're sewing bits together, you can use either like a running stitch or a blanket stitch, which is like where the thread goes around the edge of the fabric. So you go in and out, and then you go back to the beginning, in and out, whereas the running stitch is in and out, and then in and out back to the beginning. That's probably very poorly described, but those are how you connect pieces together. Once you stuff them and you want to connect things, like putting a hat on a lamb, that's the ladder stitch that you use there. And I'm not pulling these stitches quite tight yet. I want to be able to move the crown around and wiggle it until it is completely like down, like this area behind the fluff is down. So they're not very close, or they're not pulled tight yet. Not yet. When I get to the other side, though, I will pull them tight, and then I will also tie a little knot just to make sure that they stay in place there. And my pin is letting go, so let's squish you back in again. It's kind of a fight between the pin wants to keep things in place and I want to move them so that I can actually see underneath. So I'm fighting against what I want the pin to do constantly. Sit. Blam. Okay, so there we go. I'm around to the other edge. Now I'm going to just very slowly and carefully pull that thread tight. And that looks good. So I can remove the pins now. The front half is all held in place together, so it's not like it's going to be moving around at all. Oops. I'll just punch the camera there. And tying a little knot right on the edge. There we go. I like tying knots as I go around rather than waiting until I'm back at the beginning. That way, if like the back part of it pops open, the crown will still be attached on the front. It still kind of keeps it in place so that the stitches are just a little bit more secure that way. Okay, laying down. Plushies have to go through so much indignity while they're being made. Like, first I squash his face into his legs. Now I'm squashing his face into the table, squishing him down. Poor guy. I'm going to pull that tight as well. So 2/3, 3/4 of the way around the back. That's looking good. I gotta move those tools. I keep punching them. Whoops. Oops. And my thread actually did break there, so not great when your thread breaks. That's not supposed to happen. But I'm going to just trim it, and then I'm actually going to go back through and just re-sew that second line. So, oops. Nearly 2 stitches from the end there. So I'm just going to go back to the beginning, and now, so the stitches that I currently have that broke go from here where I tied the knot around to the beginning. I am going to just tie the knot right here and then go around back to where that last knot was. That way, they are still held in place by like 2 layers of thread now. One of them is just going to try and like let go if it doesn't have tension. That the one that broke without the knot there. This is the same thing that sewing machines do when you go like backwards and forwards at the beginning and ends of your stitches, where it locks things in place. If you have 2 layers of stitches where the ends are not at the same location, like if you have an end of the thread over here and then another one, I guess, end of the thread here and then another one over there, neither of these ends can really like let go because they're being held in place. Like this end is being held in place by the rest of these stitches, and this end is being held in place by the rest of the other stitches. So if you just duplicate over, go over a couple times so that they end and they begin and end in different places, it keeps everything from falling apart. You should still have knots at the ends, but technically, no, you don't. Like on sewing machines, my sewing machine has a built-in feature where it will tie a knot, which is nice for if you're doing like quilting or things where you don't need or you don't want lots of thread back and forth there. But in general, like on a sewing machine, no, it just begins sewing, and then the knot that you're creating is actually just the thread going back and over top of itself a couple times. So the line of stitches just starts here, and then like you start here, you go to the end here, and then you go back over top. So technically, the end of the thread over on the right hand side, that doesn't have like there's no knot in it, but that's the end there, and you can't. I'm very bad at describing this, but like the end there is not actually an end, it's the middle of a U shape, like the bottom of a U shape, so it can't pull away because the actual end is somewhere else in the line, and that can't come apart because there's a second line of stitches going across it holding it all down in place. So yeah, there's no knots needed. And technically I could get away with not actually putting any knots in here for the plushie, but you do have to go around it a couple of times. Like you can't have like I can't just start here, go around the end because then my ends are together. But if I started on the left and went all the way around and then again half, I could technically end right there with no knots because the end here is being held in place by that full circle, and the end here is being held in place by that first loop around. So it's kind of cool that like yeah the thread, the middle of the thread, the middle of the line of stitches holds together the end of the stitches. So even though I didn't like that thread that broke, I didn't actually knot it or do anything with it. I'm just coming across here and I'm going to end these stitches right here because now everything is basically held in place. So the stitches that aren't knotted cannot fall apart because the second line of stitches is holding them down. I'm very bad at describing all this, but I'm glad it was understandable. But yeah, knots are not actually super necessary so long as you have that thread overlap itself. Okay, and I'm gonna snip that there. Okay, so there we go. We have a lamb with a hat. Just move some of the stuffing around after I squished it all out of place. Description successful. Fantastic. Okay, so that lamb is done. It's got its fluff, its horns, and its crown. This one is going to go over into my photo booth area because I don't want any of the extra fuzzies from my room getting caught in the Sherpa if I can avoid it. I will still have to go through and lint roller these guys. If it was just made of Minky, you can just like violently shake the thing and all the fuzzies come off. But the Sherpa here, the Minky bits kind of get stuck in it, so you really have to lint roller them. So I will put this away from all the other Minky bits, and then right before I mail them out, I do one final lint rollering to get rid of all the Minky bits on the Sherpa there. So, okay, this one's leaving for now. Okay. Ordered stuffing that came in a pillow? Like an actual pillow, or like a plastic bag that looks like a pillow? I can't actually show you how I order my stuffing because I get these giant boxes that it literally will not fit on my table. It's that big. I get really big ones. Actually, you know, it's about half empty right now. Hang on. So I can't put the box on the table, but let's move you guys out of the way just a second. An actual pillow. This is how I buy my stuffing. Giant bag. Ugh. This is about half the bag filled. It reaches almost up to the camera there. It is a huge, giant bag of stuffing. This all comes in a giant box. It is huge. This is about half of the box left. I will have to get another one soon. I buy it in bulk though because the more you get at a time, the cheaper it is. And then I also can use like coupons for sales on it, so I can get it fairly cheap. But yeah, that was a 20-pound box, which I don't know what that is in kilos. But a lot. Let's see. 20 pound to kilo. 9 kilograms? It chop into the pillow. That's actually one of the first ways that I got Mochi Minky. which is, well, there's a couple different types of different polyfill, like polyester stuffings. The stuff that I normally use is just regular old polyfill fiber, which is like, it's kind of like curly type stuff. It's very like, it connects to itself, and if you really scrunch it up, it turns into like felt, and it doesn't really come back from that form. Like that's permanently squashed up now. Like you can kind of pull the fibers apart, but it takes a lot of work to get it back to this light fluffy look. So I use this for just my general stuff, and then I also have like a pile of it that has already been used, and that's what I put in my test plushies over and over and over until it becomes like really scrungy and like felted together like that. Um, but then mochi minky, or mochi stuffing that you use with your mochi minky, is like the silky stuff where it doesn't have the same like like kinky type properties to it really. It's more just long straight fibers. And this stuff, whew, after you try and roll it all up, it still pulls apart nice and easy. So it goes back to what it was. It doesn't tangle with itself as much. So the mochi minky, the very first time that I got some of this stuff, I actually took like a Squishamallow or Squishamallow or whatever those the squishy stuffed animals are. I bought one of them and then like opened up a seam and took all the stuffing out of him. So just to see what it was and like how it worked and how it kept from bunching up in those super squishy plushies where you don't want it to bunch up because then the plushie just kind of deflates. So I harvested him for parts. Yeah, so definitely just, you can cut into pillows, you can cut into other stuffed animals. Just, yep, steal the insides out. Oh yeah, it was some crazy Squishamallow carnage. I felt really guilty about it, but I wanted the stuffing. I needed it for a small project, and I didn't want to go and like buy the actual like mochi minky for what was going to be a very small project. So I murdered a Squishamallow. Let's see if this looks centered. So this hair fluff is actually pretty hard to make it look centered on this guy. Because its hair is like at an angle, they don't go straight up and down, they're actually at a little angle there. The top and bottom corners, if I center it exactly, the top and bottom corners don't look like they're centered where they should be. It looks off center. So I kind of have to just play around with it and see like where looks best. And then I also use the little horns. I'm going to put them right on the corner seams where they are right here and here. So that then when the little horns are there, I can kind of see like what the spacing in between the fluff and the horns is, just to see if that ends up looking right. So this other guy, I already sewed its fluff down. I did have the horns on it, and then I stabbed myself with pins a couple of times last night, so I took the horns off. But it was looking fairly centered. So now I just have to do the same with this guy. And I need a little bit of fluff for it. Rather than trying to pin on these flat little horns, I'm going to put just a tiny bit. Yes, uncounted stabs. Stabs in the evening off camera, they don't count toward my stabs. Those are freebie stabs. Okay, so I'm just putting a little bit. I'm not fully stuffing it. It is still very flat there. But this at least makes the bottom round there so that I can actually pin it in place and see kind of what it looks like. And then I just have to remember before I finish sewing it on, I need to actually put the rest of the stuffing in it to give it the form there. So just a little bit of stuffing to keep the shape. There we go. And I don't want to stuff it all the way because this is essentially a cone shape. If I try and stuff anything into the bottom, the shape of it is going to just try and eject the stuffing out, which then means as I'm sewing it onto the body, I am also fighting with the stuffing, trying to keep it in. So I'm going to wait until it's about 3/4 sewn on and then stuff the rest of the stuffing in so it can't come out because it's pressed up against the head. This is my magnet hat guy. I'll do the horns on magnet hat because as soon as it has its horns, that one is done. This one still needs the fluff, the horns, and the hat. Oops. I missed half of the fur there. Come on. Okay. Ah, stab! Stop it, Neil. I just put that one in. I stabbed myself directly on it. Okay. So that's where the first one's going to go. It's very hard to see where this is supposed to go just because it is so fluffy. So I kind of have to feel around for where all those seams inside are. Let's see. I think that looks about right. That is about the same distance from the ears. The hat on this one is not, it doesn't have to be perfectly centered because the magnet will shift just a little bit side to side in there. So, mostly centered. Yeah, I think that's where the horns are going to go. Okay, so I'm going to start on the back of the horns. I try to always start and end where where it's not super visible. So I'm going to go to the back of the plushie or like the back of the neck rather than the front of the neck or the front of the horns there. Just because if they are going to be, like if any of the knots or stitches are going to be seen, I'd much rather have them on the least visible part of the plushie. So we're going to do this one first, and you're going to take your hat off. What if you plan to display your lamb backwards? Then you have foiled my every plan. I don't know if I can make a plushie in those situations. That'd be really funny though if somebody got a plushie and like displayed the worst part of it. Like, yes, look, the foot. Yes, you are not worthy to look the lamb in the face. You must stare at its back and all the knots. Okay, so I started where the sharp end of the pin was. I am around to the other side of the pin, so I'm going to just take it out so that I don't stab myself anymore. Okay, and I'm about 3/4 of the way around now, so I can still stick things in there, but it's not gonna like pop out. So I'm gonna pull all of my stitches tight, and then I just need to take some of the tools down because I keep hitting them. And I'm gonna finish stuffing the horn using tiny bits at a time because I really don't want it to clump up or like get too much in there and then I have to pull some out. A little bit more. That's good. Okay. So now it is fully stuffed and I can continue all the way around. Yes, I'm doing lamb surgery. I gotta put the guts back inside. The fluffy white guts. These are actually a medical tool. The forceps there. This is meant for like surgery, like actual literal human surgery. And it's so that they can like pinch the thread or whatever they need and then they can lock it in place. So that instead of having to hold it, it just kind of holds itself. So you can get a whole bunch of them in different shapes and sizes. But yeah, actual like medical thing. That goes with all the hardware stuff I have as well. Plushie making is really just a multi-discipline thing. You can be a doctor, a contractor, and make plushies. So yes, surgical stitches are actually sewing, and I've got kind of a funny story about that. My brother-in-law, my husband's brother, is an actual doctor, and he does like surgery. He has sewn many numerous people up, and I made him a blanket, like a quilt blanket, several Christmases ago as a gift for him. And he has a dog who ended up like roughhousing on the blanket, I guess. Somehow wore a hole right through the fabric, and the fabric like ripped. So my brother-in-law decided, well, he's a doctor. He knows how to sew people up. How much harder could it be to sew up a dog or like a blanket there that the dog ripped? So he attempted to sew it up, but human skin, all you really need to do is use the stitches to kind of bring things together and then hold the skin together, and then the skin will heal itself. So what he ended up doing is all along this hole, he just did a couple of like knots tied around them. And so he took that hole and he stitched it together, and then he had several very small holes in between it held together by these stitches. And he's like, I don't think this is going to heal. Next time you come and visit, can you bring needle and thread? It's like, yes, I can fix your blanket that you stitched together, doctor. I did end up fixing it. And I think he made a comment that like me sewing it up properly also took less time than him doing his little stitches. I ended up bringing down a little bit of fabric, patched some of the bigger holes, took out his stitches entirely. They were not helpful in any way. And then stitched up his blanket for him. But I thought that was funny that he's like, I know how to sew up a human being. How hard could a blanket be? Oh, I'm going to need help with this. Okay, there is one horn. Now I need this horn here. I'm going to try not to stab myself. That pin does come out of the center there. Oh yeah, I did not make the lurk command. I attempted last night when Judah was showing me how, and they showed me that, and I put like I started putting it in, and then I could not figure out what I wanted it to say. So I sat staring at it for like half an hour, and then I was tired, so I went to bed. But I will get that as soon as I come up with something clever. I will put in that lurk command. So enjoy your lurk as it is now with no command, but yeah, I hope it's a good lurk anyways. Um, I need white thread again. That's what I'm doing. Completely got sidetracked there. Oh, the mixed minky colors? Is that what the mixed colors are, Panda? Not. Come on. Okay. And not doing stabs. Ah, so it's the red. Oh, okay. That's. I still have that, like, the multicolored Minky in my bookmarks on Firefox. I need to come up with, like, a project to actually justify buying it because it is so pretty. But, like, I don't have that much storage space for fabric. I need to only buy stuff that I'm actually using for projects. So I have to have a project before I buy the color. I've got quite a bit of fabric. I'm not. Don't fall. Don't fall. Stay where you are. And it's. I meant my Minky to take up one full shelf uh in my storage closet area, and it's currently working its way onto a second. So I need to use more Minky and not buy Minky until I've used some of those. But generally, so I do want to build up my Minky collection just to have things on hand when I go to make things for people. But I don't want to also just buy a random color and then never use it ever. So it's kind of this balancing act of like when I make a project, like for the Helpy Robot, I need a color for that one. But so literally all the fabric that I needed of this one color was this much. I only needed that much fabric for it. But I bought an entire yard, which is right about a meter, of the fabric so that now I can use it for a project and I also have it for later. So I try and build up my stock that way. When I need a color, I buy extra of it. I buy for the project and then also extra to save later. So I need to come up with a project that actually uses the multicolored Minkies, and then I can justify buying a full yard of it. Okay, that is about 3/4 of the way around on that one as well. So I'm going to, again, stuff some stuffing in there, give it the form and shape it needs. And I'm just kind of squishing it as I go along, just to find like how, like when it's enough stuffing in there. Oops, that's too much. I'm also taking the stuffing, kind of making it like long, not just a ball of it. And when I'm putting it in, I'm putting it all the way up to the top along the side. I'm not just shoving it into the base. That way I don't get like layers of compact stuffing as you go in. Uh, like if I just put a little bit in and then like squashed it up, put another bit in, squashed it up, you eventually get like just separate sections of the stuffing. Whereas if you go in this way, where you're putting it up the entire length, then any of those sections are kind of like vertically in there, and they don't squash up as much. Again, I am not good at the descriptions and the words, but putting it in like the entire length of the body piece rather than just squashing it in just keeps the shape better. I did the same thing for the legs. Instead of putting a little bit in and then a little bit more and just crushing it each time, I actually like filled like this half of the leg, and then I put in more all the way down to the bottom to the top until it was completely full that way. Let's see. That is feeling good. So let me find my thread and my needle. There we go. Stuffing is trying to escape, so I'm going to just squish it back up and in. There we go. I do not want the stuffing to escape. That is all the way around, so now I can tie my little knot. And then I'm going to feed my needle through to the other side, pull it out. And then, whoop, a little bit more. Pull that a little bit tight and trim it. That way the tails of the thread are now stuck inside the little horn there, and they are not visible at all. It gets its magnet hat back, and that one's done. Woo! Yay! They can't actually touch their hands. Ah, there we go. Yay! Clapping! Okay, this one's going to go over to the photo frame as well. And then it's just this guy. I'm done with this already. Do you think I could just sell people unfinished plushies? Like, here's all the pieces that I did by machine. Now you have to attach the hand bits yourself. I don't think they'd go over well, but I could try. And then I wouldn't have to do the hand sewing. You'd buy a half finished plushie? Yeah, if you do the hand sewing already, then you're all set. Okay, so that's where the fluff is going to go. I think that's centered. I'm going to pin these guys in place just to check on them as well. Where's my seam? Right there. So the part I'm actually feeling for underneath those horns is on the face pattern bit. I have these V's cut there that then get like folded together. That's what I'm actually feeling for. All of that extra fabric where I sewed that little V together. So then I have this side line and that V that goes across to both pieces. So it kind of makes like this plus shape there out of just the seams. That's what I'm feeling for of where I'm trying to put those horns. Centered right on top there. And you can't see them at all because the fluff is too fluffy. So it's just kind of a feel for it and then try and line it up there. There we go. I might need to move that one up a little bit more. I've got like 2 fingers between the base of that one and the ear. I don't quite have that over here, so I'm going to move that one up just a tiny bit. Let's see. Yeah, that's a bit better. But then that definitely does not look centered anymore. It is right up against that horn and not even touching that one. So let me move that over some. I'm just stretching it right now. Trying not to stab myself. And I'm going to move this one over just a little bit there. Let's see. You look so angry. I think that looks better. I think that's centered. Okay. I'm going to start with these guys first, just because I'm fairly certain they're in the right spot, and then if they do shift at all while I'm sewing, I can then move this to better center everything. So, white thread. I think I'm just not patient enough for hand sewing. Like, on my sewing machine, I can get things done fairly quickly. And then I go and I do it by hand, and it's like, I'm not as fast as a machine. So then I just get like frustrated by it. I think if I didn't have a sewing machine, and I didn't know how fast I could sew a thing up on that, I think I'd be like more patient with hand sewing. But the fact that I can do it on a machine just makes me impatient for like the things that aren't on the machine then. I also have like a very, very short attention span, which is why I am working on like 4 projects at a time usually. Because some days I just cannot focus on one thing, so I have to start something else. Just need a different project. It's either do nothing or do a second project, or sometimes a third and a fourth project. So my attention span for sitting here and like hand sewing just continuously, also not great. Messed up the eyes. You know, I think having little mistakes and everything like that kind of adds to the charm. Like, so I make a lot of these lambs, and I sell a lot of these lambs, and in general, they look pretty much the same. Like, if I take a picture of this one and put it next to the picture of the last angry lamb I made, there's not much of a difference. It might just be the horns are placed a little bit different on one of them, But in general, they've got the exact same pattern, the exact same shape because, like, I am selling them and I want consistency when I sell things. But at the same time, it's like there's nothing really personalized or unique about it saying that this was handmade specifically for you. So I kind of like ones that have little mistakes to them because then it's like, no, this is a one of a kind. Like you cannot replicate this ever identically again because like the little mistakes are part of it. I'm desperately trying not to stab myself. I think I'm going to just remove that pin entirely because my hand needs to be right where the end of that pin was in order to put the needle into the next stitch. Goofy shark, that's perfect. It makes him look friendly. Poke, poke. Yeah, I don't think there's any hard and fast rule that says sharks have to have the mouth in the middle of the face. I think sharks should just be allowed to have their mouths wherever they want. Like, who's going to tell a shark, no, you can't have your mouth where you want it? Like, you're a shark. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to need some more stuffing. I misjudged how much all those 6 would take. A little bit more. There's not too much up in the tip. I want to put a little bit more stuffing up in the tip there. So now I am going to take just a tiny little bit, and I want that to go all the way up past all the other stuffing. And I'm going to just try and feed it up into the tip there because that was a little bit empty. It was squishier in the tip than it was through the rest of the horn. And that's feeling much better. Yep, okay. Very much is surgery. I had to put the guts back in the right spot. The horn guts? Yeah, horn guts. I'm going to go with it. Had to put the horn guts back up in the tip in the right place there. Okay, so I'm back to the beginning. I'm going to go a little bit past the beginning. Just to really make sure the beginning and end are secure. Again, I'm trying to make it so that even if the knots come out, the ends cannot come out. And then tie the knot right there. And that got very small. Okay, there we go. White on white is a little bit hard to see. When I sew up the lambs on my sewing machine, I don't use white thread in the top and bottom. I put a ecru, like an off-white eggshell type color in one of them. That way, if I have to undo the stitches, I can actually see them in the white fluff. That one's too small. I cannot hold on. I cannot tie on the other horn with that tiny bits. So there we go. There's my horn. And that's still about the right distance. That looks good. So now I just have to make sure that this one gets in the right place. Now flip them over and get them thread. I'm doing a slightly shorter thread here because I think I'm going to get a new thread entirely for that fluff in there. I might even put the hat on. I cannot see this name. Okay. I might even put the little crown hat on before I put the fluffing on, just because it's a little bit easier to sew the fluff. I can hide stitches better when the fur, the fluff is thicker. And this is a very flat fabric, this Mochi Minky that I'm using. Um, so it's harder to hide the stitches on there. That's also why I use the black, because I can hide the stitches in the white. I can't really hide them on the black, so I want the thread to match the black. And trying not to stab myself again. Needle. Sit, lamb. Sit. Manhandling my cult leader there. He's cuddling Goofy and perfect. Yes, he is perfect. So that's on most of the way. Still looks pretty good centered wise. The distance up. So now I just need to squish some more stuffing in there. Feels so good. Okay. And just all the way around. Whoop. I can lay down on your back or on your face. Squash your face into the table. Hello, Sunbay. Welcome on in. I'm doing good. How are you doing? The stabs. The stabs. Okay. Broken. Oh no. Oh no. Muscles don't work anymore. Okay, stab that through. There we go. Okay, there's the little horns. Fantastic. Looks very angry about everything. Yes, yep, I've gotten feedback on the robot, and in fact, I'm going to be working more on the robot today. So after I stitch on the little crown hat and the fluff, this guy is going to be done. And what I'm planning to do with the robot today is I'm going to, got the little body here. I'm going to do a little embroidery here for like the name tag, the Helpy name tag. And then I'm going to do this entire face. I may or may not get to doing the wire. I know how thick it's supposed to be and which ones to use and everything. Now it's just a matter of actually making them. But it's going to be me standing around moving threads back and forth for like an hour straight. So I'm not sure if that's going to be today. It will depend on how aggravated and bored I get doing things. Because I'm already doing a lot of hand sewing and that's not my favorite. Doing that little back and forth to make the wires may or may not actually happen today. And I don't really need them until the rest of the body is put together. So today's focus is going to be the face and the little embroidery there, and probably cutting out all the pieces for the rest of the head as well. So I'll get all of them. And then I did get feedback on the arms and the feet as well. So I've got, let's see. Well, I didn't make the, oh, where'd the other guy go? Oh, no. Okay. There it is. I made the foot, so I know what size the foot has to be, and I can put the 2 feet together. That could happen today. The body is perfect, so that'll be good there. And then the little hands just need to be slightly larger than that ball, so I have a pattern for that as well. It is a rectangle, so square bottom there, and square on each of the sides there. So it's a little bit rounded right now. That's just because of the stuffing I put in. The actual stuffing is going to be shaped to the body to keep it the right shape. Kind of like the head where I've got that fairly square instead of rounded. That's going to just be formed stuffing in there. So, yeah, that's basically the pattern is made. Now it's just a matter of going ahead and making the things. So my plan today is finish the lamb, make the stripy fabric for the eyes, and then embroider the face with that stripy fabric, and then embroider the test of the name to make sure that that actually turns out right. I did pretty much trace the reference image that I was given, so that should be good, fingers crossed. And then I can put together the arms and the feet and the little ball as well. So I can get a lot of helpy done today. And if I'm still busy, or if I'm not done with my stream by the time I get all of those things done, I'm going to try and put together a bat rather than doing the wires right now. So that might be tomorrow or later on next week. I have not gotten feedback about lamb yet, so I'm still waiting on that. I'm going to check in again this evening just to make sure that, like, I haven't been forgotten or, like, they didn't miss my message. But that lamb is still on hold until I get more of that feedback. And I'd really like to get these 3 lambs done. Oh, this is the 3rd of 3. So I really want to get these 3 done today because all 3 of these were sold. And then I'm not going to be putting another listing up available for sale until after my wedding, just because I want to, pretty much for the rest of this month and for July, I want to be able to focus on just very small, quick things, like things that take me under an hour and a half. So like bats, the frogs, bunnies, things like that, the tiny things, so that then I can work on my wedding dress and everything that I need to around all of those. So yeah, I'm trying to finish up as many of the bucket things as I can before I take on any more. So probably for the entire month of July, I'm not going to be taking on any commissions. I will probably start taking on more projects midway through August. That's all subject to change based on how much of the actual stuff I need to get done for my wedding I actually get done. So well, we will see. Yes, communication is a tough one. I like to think that I'm pretty good at communicating with people that have ordered stuff from me. I like sending the updates and the pictures, and it maybe slows the process down, but then I make sure that I'm getting like I'm getting all the details right and they're getting what they want. Um where I'm bad at communication is everywhere else. Like Discord, I always forget to actually check, or like there's just too many notifications, so therefore I don't want to until I can sit down and like look at them all, which basically means like they are forever increasing. I'm always getting more and more notifications, and then it's just like it snowballs and it gets bigger, and I avoid it until it finally like okay, I gotta sit down and check everything all at once. And if I read something like a text message or a Discord message or something like that, and I don't immediately reply, I forget it exists, and then I never reply, and it's terrible. So the one good place I think I'm like the one place I think I'm good at communication is like sending pictures and updates on plushies. Everything else, not so much. I'm gonna put one more pin in the back here just for extra stabability. Oh yeah, that's I once I've like sometimes if I'm extra super busy and somebody like wants a quote or something, I might tell them this is going to take me like a week or two to get back to you. And then I don't communicate whatever it is. But once they actually have a plan and like I've taken money from people, I try and keep in regular communication, because especially if you've paid money for something and then you don't know what's going on, that's a really like nerve-wracking situation. That could be like very scary. Like you've paid for something and you don't have it. So just little bits of communication, even if I haven't made any progress. Sometimes if it's been like a day or two and I have no progress, I'll at least say like, oh, I'm not gonna, I don't have anything done, just checking in. Or I'll let you know like, oh yeah, I'm not going to be working on this for the next 5 6 days, so I'll get back to you at 5 6 days with the next update. So just the feedback of when it's going to be. Yeah, the anxiety of it all. Yup, I know that feeling. I've commissioned art from people who have just vanished. Not great. So I try not to do that to other people. I hope I succeed. Oh, the time frame of finishing things, like the impression of how long they're taking too long to finish things. Normally what I do for plushies is, like, if I think a plushie is going to take me, say, 2 weeks, I tell people it will take me 4 weeks. I double everything. That way I have a little bit of wiggle room and if it does take me longer. And then if I get it done early, that's even more exciting. So, like, this lamb does not actually have to be mailed out until the 29th for this one, the 28th for one of the other lambs. And I really want to try and get them out by the 17th. Like, that's my goal right now. I want to have them mailed out by the 17th. So I gave myself extra leeway, and then I want to try and get them out early. And I'm trying to do that I try to do that for everything. Measuring time, that's the tough one. So that's actually what I have my little workbook for. And I might actually have to, like, redo some of the times if I'm streaming the projects. Because, like, right now I'm sitting here and I'm not actually sewing. So, whoops, that's adding to the time it takes me to put the hat on. But part of what I have in my little recipe book for things here, let me see if I can find one. Maybe? Where's my pages? Oh, maybe not. I am semi-organized, semi-chaotic. I know I have the page here somewhere. Where is it? I know what I'm looking for, I just don't know where it's stuck in. It might be in the other notebook if I didn't finish it. Okay, it's not in that one. Let me look in my other notebook. Yeah, so here, like this. It's not very neat and orderly. I'm working on, like, transferring these things over. But I have, whenever I start a project, I actually break down how much time the things take me. So, like, I have for this cupcake that I made, it took me 10 minutes to do the embroidery, 30 minutes of design work on the computer. I did the dog blank, that's where I draw the things on it. So I actually have, like, start and end times of when I was doing things and, like, how long it takes me to do those projects. Like, for when I was making 3 bunnies, I started work at 4:30. Here's what I did. When I finished, it took me an hour and 15 minutes per bunny, I figured out. So I have all of these things kind of, like, broken down through my past projects. And then when I go for a new project, if I say, like, oh, well, it's about the size of a bunny, or it has the same amount of embroidery as a bunny, I can go to this bunny page, and I know that the bunny took me about an hour and 15 minutes. So I can plan for another project taking me about an hour and 15 minutes. Or if I have to do embroidery work that is similar to this dog, I can come back and I can say, well, how long did it take me? I started at 1:40, I ended at 2:15, and then I ended again, like, 2:30 to 3:30. So, like, I have an idea, like, written down of how much long things take, so that I can then properly guess for future projects. So I am kind of doing that with all of the other guys as well. But, like, the lamb here, I've done many of these lambs, so I know how long the lamb takes me. But because I'm streaming and I'm doing a lot more, like, chit chat and less just sewing straight through, I might have to readjust the times on things to better reflect how long they do actually take me. So, well, I've been saving all of the VODs, so all the videos there that from my streams. And then I'm going through and muting myself because I don't like the sound of my own voice. But I'm going through and like tracking like, oh, this is when I started work, this is when I ended work, so I know how long like I can just watch it like 4 times speed and kind of track how long those things took me. So when I was working on like Lan or the robot, I have kind of a measure of how much time I actually spent on those things. So that my next project, I know how long those things will take. So I do not have a good sense of time, nor do I have a good memory for what I was doing. So I need to like track those things and write them down so that for future projects I have an idea and I'm not just winging it. Oh yeah, like my voice in my head does not sound like my voice on the camera. It's very odd. So I'm going to take that pin out because I've now got the thread holding it down. Yeah, it's odd that I don't sound like the way I do. Yeah, something like the sound of your voice is also traveling like through your bones or something. So that's the way you're hearing it. Yeah, the vibrations inside your head. Yeah, yep. And I don't have any of that when I'm listening to me on the recording. There's no good vibrations. Okay, I want to pull this not super tight because I do want to keep it up, but I've got a loop in the thread there and I do want to get rid of that loop. There we go. Okay. Now somewhere there's a very sharp pin sticking through towards me, so I might stab myself. I'm going to try not to here. But yeah, so part of me trying to, oh no, the fluffing came off. Go back on, fluffing. I need you to stay in place. That still looks centered? Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. I lost my needle. Come here, needle. Lamb. Lamb. Oh yeah, faces not mirrored. Yeah, that's weird seeing pictures of me. That's probably also why I don't really plan on having like a face cam on stream. Like you just get to look at my hands, like cool hands doing things. Probably not my face, just because yeah, like me looking at myself in like in video or camera, it's just like no, that's not me. I'm supposed to be mirrored. Okay, so that front is sewn down. The fluff still looks pretty centered, so we're still good there. So I'm going to tighten up my string there. Make sure that that still looks good where it is. Yes, okay. And I'm going to tie a knot here on this side. Remove the pin and then tie my knot. Yeah, I always think I look really weird in pictures because it's like that's not what I look like. That's not my face. Also, still images versus like moving video. I think moving video kind of looks better because like people are in motion. They're not supposed to be still frozen in place. So I just think like I don't know. I like moving picture, I guess, better than still picture. It just looks a little bit more normal. I did. I think it was like 2 years ago. Now it was a while ago. For a March Meet the Maker thing on Instagram, I did post a picture of my face for that, but like it took me a while. Come on, thread. I got a weird little knot going on there. Hang on. Let me. I gotta pull this closer to me so I can squint directly at it. Hang on. No knots. Do not want. Do not want. That's a problem. I don't want that little knot right there. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Oh, tiniest little knot. Let me see if I can undo that one. We're going to start that one over again. Okay. Okay, there we go. Not fixed. What was I saying? Instagram. I posted a picture of myself on Instagram for like this March Meet the Maker type thing where you just like talk about you and what you make and why. And it took me like a full day to come up with one picture that I actually liked enough to post. So I will probably not be doing like a face cam on streams ever just because it's my face and I don't like seeing it. Don't care if other people see it. I do care if I have to see it. And I'm kind of going through the streams and watching them over again for the timing of things to keep track of the timing. So I don't want to watch my face doing that. I will watch my hands. Okay. So that is the back half of the crown. I can finally remove the final pin. That crown is looking good. Fantastic. Now I just go around back to the beginning there. Yeah, I think the other issue with me doing like a face cam would be I don't stay in one place. There's, I think, well, I got, I learned about Twitch because of Picanha Pick making a plushie for her brother, Altariana. So I joined Twitch purely to see his model on his stream so that I could use that as like a reference. And then ended up following Judo and all, just real life friends on Twitch. And then trying to find somebody like who starts work super early in the morning because I was trying to do this full time, which means I need like an actual like time period. Like I work from I start work at around 9 or 10, depending on how awake I am at the time. So 9 or 10 in the morning, and then I continue work until like 4 or 5 in the afternoon or evening at that point, whatever. Full work day. And so I wanted, like, I work best when other people are also doing things around me and I'm not just sitting in the quiet alone, because then I can't tell the passage of time. I sit there, I stare at the wall for like 5 minutes. It's only 5 hours have passed. Um, so I wanted some form of noise of people on Twitch, like doing things, being active, and I was looking for people who were awake way early in the morning, or morning my time, and there's not a lot of people doing sewing type stuff in the morning, and the ones who are usually speaking a language that I don't, because they're over in Europe. So I could watch somebody in like French and German for a while, but it's like I don't actually know what they're saying. The French, I can sometimes get like every third word just because it's similar enough to Spanish that I understand some of the words, but not enough to actually like understand what's going on. Just enough to be like, oh, whoa, I know the topic. So I ended up like branching out, and I was looking at other makers and crafters and stuff like that. And there's a guy from the United States here who starts at like 7:30 in the morning because he's insane and a morning person, I guess. But he streams like 5 days a week, Monday to Friday. So he is up way earlier than I am. That way, like, I would get up and I would just put his stream on early in the morning when I started work at like 8 or 9. And then I would actually start work at like 9 or 10. And he would just be like talking in the background and everything. And he paints miniatures. His channel is Brush for Hire. But he streams in the early mornings and just kind of talks, and he paints little miniature figures. So he has a camera pointed at his face because he stands in one place. But me, I am moving around at all points of my room. Like, I've got my table here, I've got my sewing machine over there, I have my embroidery machine back over there. My desk is on the other side. So I'm facing in every direction, just kind of moving around. So I don't think a face camera would work for that reason, just because half the time you'd be looking at me and half the time you'd be looking at like my back or the empty air. There'd be nothing actually there. Oh, a shout out command. Yes, I need that one as well. Hang on, I need to make my sticky note. I don't have a sticky note for today. I need to make a sticky note. Oh no! I grabbed my sticky notes and my little Lego moose fell apart. Oops. Yes, I have a tiny Lego moose. Let's see. Let's move you out of the way. Yes. This is the guardian of my sticky notes. So I've got my sticky notes, and he sits right up on top of them. He's perfectly sized to sit on sticky notes, but his antlers tend to fall off. So, oh no. Little guy. There we go. Okay, sticky notes. Okay. Note made. That's helpful. Oh, that's when it shows up in chat. Okay. Because somebody who I was following streaming was saying that they had like Twitch made a new thing, and that's where like the names appear up at the top of chat for a time period, kind of like where Hype Train shows up and things like that. But that doesn't actually show what people are doing or like say the funny thing. Like, I think Altariana says something like, check out this cool potato. And that's the fun one. I like that. Okay, hat is on. Okay, so the last bit on this lamb is just that face fluff, and that does still look fairly centered to me, despite the fact that it fell off earlier. So I am going to just stitch that down as is. That is not enough thread. Okay. I'm gonna go with my giant needle then. Oh, I already have that shadow. Oh, okay. Well, I want the one in the chat that you can write cool, funny things. Yeah, that one. That's the new one that they made, but it just says join us in following. It doesn't actually say like check out this cool moose or whatever. Shout out and then just username. Oh, okay. Okay. So those are the boring ones that pop up at the top. I automatically have those. But I like the ones I want to make them say cool things. I don't know what the cool thing is yet. I have to figure out the cool thing for my lurk command as well. Oh, I'm putting that on my sticky note. Okay. Yeah, when people have the clip, yes, I like that. Yeah, I've seen people do that, and I really like it because then it's not just a name. Because some people, it's like, yeah, I have no idea what you do. Like, what does your name mean? Like, what kind of cool things do you do? But if it actually shows the clip of what they're doing, I really like that, and that's kind of what I want as well. All these cool things I want, and I have no idea how to do. Judo's gonna have to help me through all these cool things. I think that's what I'm gonna try and do on one of these upcoming weekends when my husband is home, when Mr. Moose is here, because he's more technical than I am. I don't know the ins and outs of videos and recordings and stuff like that, all the coding and whatever else. That's what he does. So one of these weekends, whenever I've got free time, I'm gonna, yes, Judo, I'm gonna come and bother you and be like, well, Mr. Moose is here. he can help, and then we'll get cool things going. This is a giant needle. Not a huge fan of using this one. My weak point? Technology. Did I get a follower? I still do not hear the notifications myself. Oh, I also needed to say something in chat then. So, hi, yes, thanks for the follow. I have no idea who you are. Suki Kagax? Oh, did I mispronounce that one? That sounds like I mispronounced it. Suki, okay. That's easier to say. Hi, welcome on in. Well, welcome into I know how to sew, but I do not know how to stream. I did finally get a pair of earbuds that work. They make my ears hurt though, so I have to start over. Eventually, I will be able to hear my own stream though. That would be very cool if I can actually hear my own alerts. No talent. You can still do crafts with no talent. That's how you get talent. You do things very, very poorly until eventually you do them a little less bad. Like me and streaming. Like, I don't think I've had the cameras crash yet today, have I? That's improvement. I'm getting better if nothing crashes. And welcome back, Pick, as well. I am almost done with this lamb. I just have to go around. I've got the front and the side on. Now I just need to go around that back part where the crown is, and that's going to be the hardest part because I'm essentially going to be like folding everything back. And yeah, this guy's just going to do some yoga poses for a second. Just squash there. I have to fold everything back and then do that zigzag stitch in between like the base of the crown and the fuzz. And I'm using the biggest hand needle I have just for extra stress. Because my medium needle has some black thread on it, and that's just long enough for me not to want to throw out. So I don't want to take the thread off. And the tiny little needles, when I go through this section, would just be a little bit weak, and I don't want them to bend or break at all. You do other things. What other skills do you have then, Suki? What kind of stuff do you do? Is that another streamer? Fast. Lamb, stop. Come back. Ugh. Take your plane down. Hurry. The icon, the avatar there does not look familiar. I don't think I follow Faffery on my other account either. So, Oh, hey, hi, Big Cuddle Monster and friends. How that you're my very first raid ever. Hi. Yes, welcome to the cult of the plushy lamb. Hey, thank you. Welcome on in. Today I'm finishing up this lamb because I just have a little bit more of the fluff there. I won't be making the cloak for this guy right now, but I do have the cloaks that I will be finishing up later on. So we've got a little cape that goes with him, just like that. I'll be doing those later on just because I don't have a camera on that sewing machine that I need to use. Because I sew over metal, so I don't use my big, expensive sewing machine for that. I use my tiny little cheap machine. That way, if I break something, it's not as bad. But that's basically one of the few things I do use that machine for, so I don't have a camera for it. Hey, 50 followers as well! Thank you! Woo! That's fantastic! Thank you! I don't know who the follower was because, again, I cannot hear and or see my alerts. That's a problem. Let's see. Oh, now I need to make emotes, and it's all going to be moose themed stuff. So, I got to do that art now. Oh, darn. That will probably be a weekend project. I would love to stream me doing actual art, but if I try and do that right now with like streaming on my computer and anything else at all, my computer throws a fit. So I can't do that, unfortunately. I did try and show off my embroidery work when I make the embroidery designs like this face. I cannot do that. Oh, you're playing Cult of the Lamb? Fantastic. That is a fantastic game. I've never actually played it myself, but I've joined many numerous cults on Twitch here. And in almost every single game that I have joined, I have died because of a ritual slap fight. And I love that. That is my favorite part. So these are lambs that I make after they made the official lamb and it sold out in like 5 minutes. I started making my own little guys. It's a different pattern. This is not like their official one at all. But I do sell these on Etsy, just not right now. I've got a wedding to prepare for. I'm getting married finally after like it being delayed because of COVID for 3 years. So I will not be making more of these lambs until after August. But I do make a bunch of them with the different faces, and I sell them online. So this one's already purchased. It's going to someone. Yes, my store. Thank you, Pick. Eventually I'll get around to like actually having commands and stuff there. Welcome back, Killer Panda. And thank you. Let's see. The Bialine? Is it the or the? Thebian? Bi-alien? Oh, yep. The Bi-alien. Okay. I was trying to turn it all into one name. I did that completely wrong. Ugh. The Bi-alien. Okay. That's a lot easier to say as well. Oh, talking about a friend's wedding right before you... Fantastic! Yes, it is a wedding-themed day then. I was meant to get married to my husband. Well, we officially got married. We didn't have a wedding. In 2020, we sent out our wedding invitations about a week and a half before my entire state shut down. So then we were not really sure what we were going to be doing. and have finally rescheduled it now. This is the third attempt to reschedule it. So it's happening this year for real this time, no take backsies. So I am making my own wedding dress, and a bunch of other like planning stuff needs to happen. So, oh. You don't want to change. You know what? That's fair. Don't change the capitalization at all. The chaos is fantastic. I will probably not be going on a honeymoon until next year. Just because my husband he works in education. So his days off are kind of, it has to go around the school year. So he gets like summers where he can take off. And we're not getting married until this August. So that's the summer basically gone. He has to be back to work and can't really take like full stretches of time off after August or September. So we'll probably wait until next spring, summer for some form of a honeymoon. We have also been together in some form of relationship, either dating or engaged or married, for about 15, 16 years now. So the honeymoon is not super priority there. But we will be taking some form of a trip just because we haven't had any big vacations in several years. So we will plan that out, and haven't really planned where we're going to go at all because, again, like the whole planning, very slow planning. It took us like years to even plan the first wedding, and then 3 more years to plan the next wedding. So we will get to it eventually. We'll probably be just going somewhere. We probably won't go anywhere abroad. I'm going to stay in the United States. That's where I am now. We'll probably stay in the United States, and we'll probably just go to some national park or something like that, and go camping somewhere. Go see more of the sights. I've been to quite a few of the big places to go, like the mountain ranges, the Grand Canyon, places like that. I've been to a bunch of those, but not all of them. So we might go somewhere like that, but we hadn't really planned beyond that. Yes, we'll go down to visit Judo. That would be good. Yeah, you do live in the touristy area. Honeymoon at Judo's house. Yes. And it would probably be cheaper as well. Yeah, I could see Max and Graham. Mr. Moose has to stay away from cats because he does have allergies. So we'll just put him in like a bubble, and then he can see the cats. Okay, so that is my lamb. Let me go grab my other things. Oh, yeah, because I've got Raiders, let me show you some of the other stuff I have currently made. Let me grab those. So this is what I finished up today. I've got my 3 different lambs there. These 2 have the little crowns sewn onto their heads. This one's crown is a magnet hat. So that one is just removable. I will be finishing up the capes later on tonight, so they are all good to go. And I can mail them out this weekend. So that's my goal there. Done. Woo! I can erase that from my to-do list. Earlier this week, I have some bats. This one is not my own pattern. Like the Cult of the Lamb here This I've made from scratch. Like, this is my own design. This is my own pattern. Everything here I made. The embroidery design is all mine. So that's entirely my design. This one is somebody else made this pattern. I just purchased the pattern and then I make them fairly quickly and I sell them. So that one is Beezy Bats. The creator is Beezy. She's on Twitter, I think Instagram, other places. Beezee. So she makes those bats, and I just made a couple of them. So this is Luna Moon. She already sold, but she's got the little space wings. And then I've got Toast the avocado bat. So just a cute little guy. And then this one is the newest one that I've made. It's Melanie, the watermelon bat. So these guys I do list up on my shop for sale, but for the most part, I usually sell these guys in person. I've got space in a local craft market where I just can go and drop things off on the shelf, and then they sell them and send me the money. So, yes, Mr. Moose's allergies are pretty bad. Like, we can definitely like drug him up with allergy medicine, but he doesn't do well even then. So, yup. Yeah, so I finished my 3 lambs. I finished my 3 bats earlier this week. Now I'm going to be working on a custom plushie. Let me go grab some stuff there. Okay. The next plushie I am working on is Helpy the Robot, who is down in the corner there. So this one here, what I've got is just the test plushie. This is not the actual robot that I'm making because the body colors are completely wrong. They do not match at all what the little guy has. But I made the basic pattern. He's all the right shape. He's got a little foot here. I don't have the arm. But I'm ready to begin making the bits. So I'm going to make the face. I did make the embroidery design for the face, so I've got that good to go. I need the fabric for the eyes, though. I'm doing something with the eyes where the fabric is striped. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do a test embroidery on the body as well. So that's that little guy there. I'm going to temporarily move him out of the way because I need to set up for the embroidery. So let me push my chair out of the way here. Okay. I need to turn my machines on because I didn't do that this morning. I had an issue where, of course, because all of my technology hates me, I finally got all my cameras set up and connected and working, theoretically, and then the power went out at my house. And it came back in like 30 seconds, so it was just enough to throw off everything and kill the internet and everything there, and then it was back. And I did it again as soon as I got everything set up. So that's my trials and tribulations of today. But at least it's working for now. So let's see. I'm going to be doing the embroidery design, and I believe it's going to be in a large hoop. So there's my little embroidery machine. This is Thomas, my embroidery machine. He's a very good worker, very hard worker there. He has to tell me what size fabric I need, though. Let's see. Okay, the first one's actually a 120/120, so that's a nice small guy. So I'm going to be setting up an embroidery, and I need I'm doing the body first, so it's going to be very small. So that's going to be my 120, 120 hoop, which is a little over 4 by 4 inches square. And this is not my good fabric. Hang on. What my good fabric? Okay. I am fairly confident that this design is going to work, so I'm actually going to do it on my nice minky, not my crappy stuff, like my gray here. This is cheap fabric that I can just like cut apart and reuse for multiple projects. I'm fairly confident in what I'm doing here and that it will work, so I'm actually going to do it on the final white fabric. That way, in case it does work, I'm only making one of them. And if it doesn't work, it's still fairly small, so it'll still be a little piece there. So this is my white fabric, bought from Amazon. No idea what color it actually is or what brand it is. This was just cheap minky from Amazon that turned out to be a very high quality. This was supposed to be cheap stuff that I bought, and it's not. It's very nice. So I'm going to use that. Let's see. Did my pattern piece come out? Yes. Okay. So those are my pattern bits for this little guy. I am going to cut out the body. So the inner line here is my sewing line. That's actually where I'm going to sew, but the fabric needs to be the size of the outer line. So I'm just tracing a little bit beyond it. It doesn't matter if it's exact right now, because this is just going to be the size of the fabric that I cut out. Okay, so that's going to be the body. And I need a stabilizer for my hoop. My hoop, which I have pre-cut. Here we go. That was nice. It's already pre-cut. I didn't have to cut it myself. Neat. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Pencil. I'm going to be drawing little centered lines on here based on where the little nubbins on my hoop are. But before I actually stitch this out, because I don't actually know if it's centered or not, I am going to actually stitch out the location of this fabric. That way I don't have to cut out something that's super huge, and I can cut out something that's just slightly larger than the actual piece I need. Saves a little bit of fabric that way. So let's see, where's the best place to cut on this? Probably that part there. So let me, oops, I'm going to move things out of my way. I don't need my thread and my needles right now. Oh, I'm going to cut it out right there. That looks good. And it comes down this way. Okay. Yes, there we go. I've got my pattern weights, which are actually just giant washers from a hardware store. And there we go. So I've just cut out a nice small piece of fabric. It's not too much larger than the actual body piece there. And then I just need to make sure that I know where it goes on here. So if I have to put it in a certain spot, because it doesn't take up all the space, I want to make sure it's in the right location. So I'm going to take this over to my embroidery machine and actually stitch out the location of it. And then come back and put the fabric on. Oh, I guess I can take the fabric with me and then put it on. Yeah. Okay. Nope, that doesn't go on quite yet. Hang on. I know what I'm doing. I'm really good at all this. I'm a professional plushie maker. Okay. Also, looking at the reference image, let me pull that up real quick. Let me try to pull that up elsewhere. Hang on. Apparently I cropped out all the important information that I needed. That was not great. Only thing that you're professional at is making bad jokes and being horny on me. You know what? Those are skills. That counts. Okay, let me go find my reference image. Okay, so it's a very purple-ish blue. Let me see here. What's my closest color? I just need the light from my table to figure out what the colors are because they look slightly different in different lights. Let's see which other ones I've got. Oh, that's much too pink. That's not a good one. Okay, so it's between, I think, one of these two for my colors. Oh, if you're still here, bye, alien. Bye, alien. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry for butchering your username earlier. Let's see here. Okay. So I've got a couple of the different colors there. The eye color. So Helpy is going to have a purple eye, a purple blue eye, a blurple eye. Purple. Blue purple eyeball. So those are the colors. Yes, bye. Let's see. So to do the outline around the eye, that's actually why I have this darker color. So that it kind of stands out against that. I think for the name on the chest, I will go with this color here. So it's very similar to the darker color from the eye. This is a little bit lighter. The actual color is somewhere right in between these two. So these are just the two I have on hand right now. And I do know, or I was told that it's okay if the colors are not perfect because there's no going to be like custom dye colors on there. So I will do, I think, this one first, and if it doesn't work out, then I can do the lighter color or just grab a thread in between when I go to the craft store this weekend. So yeah, I'm going to use that one for my test. And then that one, the darker one, will be for the actual eye going around there. So let me put those back away with all the other colors. Okay. So now I need to tell my embroidery machine what to do. Let's see. Okay. So you guys can't see the screen of this because I could not figure out how to change the angle of the camera to catch both the hoop and also the screen that's right to the side there. So I'm going to just hit the screen and move it around and wiggle it. But the very first step is it's going to trace out that pattern piece. And I'm going to set the speed down a little bit lower just because it is very noisy. Thomas is not a quiet guy. And he's going to just stitch out. There's no thread in him right now, so he is literally just punching holes in the paper for me. Fantastic. That's basically an outline of the piece. That is something that I designed into it. That way I can place the fabric down and pin it all the way around with the threads. Put you right there. Check behind. Yep, okay. Whoops, flatten you out there. Okay. Now it's time for the actual thread because now I'm going to have him do the exact same line, but this time instead of punching holes, he's going to actually sew it down. Ah, come on, don't do that. How would you do that? Don't jump. Misbehaving thread. Come on. Okay. Misbehaving thread. Oh my gosh. He just doesn't want to work today. He's taking the day off, he says. This is a terrible tool of thread. I'm never using this one again. Okay. Terrible. Okay, that took a bit, but I've got it. Okay, so that just traced out the borders of the piece. Ugh. It took a bit, but he got it. And now I'm going to need some water-soluble stabilizer. So that's this on my tiny camera down there. Essentially, it looks like plastic wrap. It's just like this clear plasticky stuff. This stuff dissolves away in water. So whenever you put it on top of something and then you stitch through it, you can rip it away, and then whatever doesn't go away, you just wash it and it dissolves. This is what keeps all of that fluff in the white fabric up there. Yeah, I'm so good at pointing. That's what keeps all of the white fluff from coming up in between the stitches. It's going to be kind of tacked down by this stabilizer here. So it just goes up on top of the fabric. Just like that. Yeah, I'm actually going to turn it. We're going to go this way, sideways. Yes. I'm just trying to use the least amount as possible. And I'm going to kind of hold it in place while he stitches. I'm going to let Thomas do his thing now. Oof. That looks a bit glitchy. Well, that is my oldest camera, so he's just gonna do his thing. He's fine. We're gonna just let him glitch out over there. Okay. So, yep, that's Tom. He is just going to make that design for me. And hopefully not have any issues. And then I want the fabric for the eyeballs next. So. Okay, so for the two eyes, I guess I could flip them around. Yeah. Nope, still did that wrong, right? No, oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'll put it like that. There we go. Yes. So I have the solid color of his eyes there, and then I have the shine of the eyes as well. So I need to cut a whole lot of little pieces, and then they're all going to get sewn together on my other machine, so that I can then put them down like where Tom up there is stitching things down. I'm going to basically put together those stripy fabrics for the eyes. The stripy fabric here. I'm going to make those. Here, I can hold it up and make it bigger. Yes, there's an eyeball staring into your soul. So that will be the two stripy fabrics will be these colors, and then taking a nap with your stream on the phone next. I am super comfy. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, so I'm going to make the striped fabric now, and then where I've got the stitches around the edges, Tom's going to take care of all of that for me, so I don't actually have to worry about sewing down the edges. So I designed the whole thing for Tom to do. Yeah, he's doing pretty good there. Okay, no issues yet. He does still have to type out the name helping inside. So we're going to see how he does on those letters. Letters are usually where my embroidery machines have the most issues just because they're so close together. I might turn off the cuts in between on him, actually. Yeah, let me pause him for 2 seconds. Pause you for 2 seconds. Let's see. Okay. So he's actually designed that he can cut the threads in between each letter and shape. I don't want him to actually do that because whenever he trims the thread, that's a place where it can kind of get caught up and tangled. And I don't want tangles. So I'm going to have him avoid doing that entirely. Whoops, and then he messes up anyways. Okay, well, I'm going to cut the thread. He was supposed to start with the letter Y at the end, not the H where he jumped to. Let me cut that extra off then. Misbehaving machine. Ugh. Okay, he is so glitchy. Anyways, that is my oldest camera. It's not going to do the best. I can't fix it right now. Oh. Okay, where are my pattern pieces? So I have all my projects in buckets. For anybody who's new here hanging out, this is how I keep all my projects organized and contained while I am working on different projects. Every bit of them goes in a bucket, and then I can just pick those bits out and use them again. And when I'm all done with this, then I put things away elsewhere. It's not a super great organizational system. I'm a very, very messy person, but contained in a bucket is better than just flying around the room randomly. So let's see. Oh, there's my pieces. There's my pattern pieces for the eye. Okay, fantastic. And here was version 1 of the fabric for the eye. So even though I'm never going to use this again, like I have the eye, I'm good. I don't need this. I do still keep it until the end of the project, just to make sure I don't need it for any reason. So there's all my bits. They can go back in. The foot can go in there. I need the little pattern bits. And I can put my bucket away. I'm definitely going to have a little emoji or emoticon, whatever. The little icon. I'm going to have to do a little bucket thing. Full of stuff. My bucket projects. That's my organizational system in life. Bucket. Okay, I'm going to start with purple first. The blue, purple, blurple. And there's my pattern pieces. This is the light color, that's the dark color. I wrote down things on them just to remind myself so I wouldn't forget or lose track of what things were. So I have my dark, and my dark, and then I'll have my light and my light, just from the little bellflower fabric here. So I bought, this is Howl Fabric. They're a company that makes really nice minky, and they're pretty cheap as well. It's like, I think, $15 American per yard or thereabouts. Where they get you is shipping. You have to pay a lot in shipping for these guys. But they have some pretty nice colors. I like the minky. I got a full yard of the fabric, so almost a meter. And all I need are those 2 little pieces. So I'm going to make lots of blue, purple, blurple projects later on to justify all my fabric there. This fabric is going to be for the eye and then also for the hand. So let me make sure I'm doing the eye properly. Yes, okay. So it should be going this direction. I want to trace these on the back of the fabric. So I am actually going to, oh, that is so wrinkly. Okay, small change of plans. Before I cut this fabric, I need to iron it. Because otherwise all of those little wrinkles will end up in the fabric as well. So I am going to iron, which requires me moving everything. Hang on. And help me is done. Okay. Just getting all my tools out of the way because you cannot iron on top of these cutting mats. You can cut straight into them. That's what I have my little pizza wheel, my rotary tool for. So I can cut directly into the mat. You cannot iron on top of them. They will melt and warp. So that just needs to leave. So I'm going to just set that aside for now. I'll come back and put that up later. For cutting things, I'm going to bring out my tiny mat. And for ironing things, I'm going to bring out my ironing mat. This is just very thick wool felt. Plug that in here. Okay, turn you on, but not all the way because I don't want to melt my fabric. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to stab myself with those pins. Okay. So I'm pinning down the bottom edge first. There we go. Because I don't want this, like, so the fabric has a direction. It has what's called a nap. The fur goes one way. And I don't want to like slide it against the fur and then iron that fur in that scrunched up position. Like it's like petting a cat backwards. Don't want to have the fur in that direction. So I'm pinning down the bottom and then I'm forcing it upwards so that any bit of that fur that's folded over should hopefully be straight like down that way then. And these are my pins that have the glass heads on them. So they will not melt when I run over them with the iron. Okay. That is warm. Whew. Very warm. My gosh. And I'm being very, very light on this. Again, you do not want to crush all the fur. So I'm just kind of hovering just barely above it. And that's looking better. Let's see. When I release it, does it scrunch itself back up? Okay. Some of the fur is out of order though. That is, so I custom dyed this just a little bit. I already had a pot of blue dye that I was doing some gradient dyes with. So I just took some blue and like dipped it in real fast. I think it was a little bit too warm though because the fur is not laying down perfectly smooth. So I'm going to just do a little bit of work on this guy. And oh, while I'm over here, I can grab the name off. There we go. Woo! Help me. And where is my brush? There it is. I need more pins to hold everything down. Okay. That's looking a bit better. Okay. Woo! Now I can cut that fabric. I feel a lot better about that. Go there. And I have the little helpy body. Let me just tear that away. There we go. So there we go. That's the little body shape. That's what Thomas stitched down. And then I've got the little name tag in there. So very cool. Well done, Thomas. I'm going to just set this one aside. There is still the wash away stabilizer in there that needs to be washed away. And I will do that and then let it dry overnight. And I want to make sure, before I actually cut this out and stitch it down, I want to make sure that it actually looks good and I didn't mess something up with the name. So that one's just going to go into the bucket, the project bucket. Because that one needs an approval before it's finalized. And now I can cut up my fabric bits. I'm gonna wait for that to cool down. This is my dark color, so I need dark 1, dark 3, and dark 5. The light colors are 2 and 4. And I'm cutting this upside down. The Helpy design on his chest here, I literally took the design that was in the reference, I put it into my embroidery program and I traced over it. So that is exactly how it was in the reference. But that's also why I get approval, because if something should change, then that's when I won't put it into the final plushie until it actually looks good. Do I get nervous making plushies for other people? Yes, constantly, all the time. Especially if it's something custom like this. If it's like me making a bat for someone, or the lambs, the Cult of the Lambs, Not so much because those are already like pre-designed and they know pretty much what they're getting. So my only nervousness comes from, am I going to do it right? Is it going to be like nice and high quality and what they're expecting? When I'm doing things like this, constantly nervous. All the time. That is also why it takes me a while to make them. Like, I'm not like the actual Helpy plushie is not going to take that many hours to actually make, but it is spread over several weeks because I get approval and everything every step of the way, just so that I don't mess anything up and then feel really bad about it. So I am flipping these pattern pieces over because this is the back side of the fabric. So I want it to be flipped over to the right side. And now I'm going to trace those little guys out. And I'm tracing them before I cut them just to make sure that they are actually perfectly the right size. I can actually probably use that straight line that I cut right there. Because this is custom dyed fabric now, I dipped it in the blue. If I run out of this, that's it. That's all I've got. I cannot remake this color again exactly. Well, it would be very, very difficult to. I would have to have the exact same temperature and hold it in the exact same amount of time. And I did not keep track of what that temperature and time actually was because I was using it for a different project that was done and just kind of dipped this in as everything was cooling down and I didn't need it anymore. So I did not keep track of what exactly I did for this dye color. Whoops, oh no, I moved. Which is why I'm tracing it out first. Better that it moves with a marker rather than with the cutting blade. The only one who gets a Minky plushie is the one who has a box full. So you know that they're not going to be thrown out. Yeah, good call. Good call. I do normally put butt tags on custom plushies. I've run out of them right now, and I have not gotten around to ordering more of them. So I am currently butt tagless. But normally, yes, everybody gets a little butt tag on them just to make sure that, like, well, basically it has my name and, like, my website so that if you have an issue with the plushie, you know who to contact, even if you've forgotten who I am. And it also says don't put them in the washing machine, basically. Like, not good. Do not wash them in the washing machine. You have to hand wash them or you might destroy them. They are handmade. So I do need to order more of those, but I keep forgetting to actually do it. Okay, so that's one of them. I do need reminders. I have little like sticky notes that I write things down on, things that I need to do. Um, Whether or not I actually do those things is that's kind of hit or miss. So I do have butt tags written down on my little to-do list. I did not write down check the to-do list though. That's number 3. And here's number 1. There's number one. Perfect. The rest of this fabric is going to be for that hand. So I'm going to just set that aside for now. And now I get bellflower. Oop, and my sticky note fell. Come on, don't fall. Uncool, uncool. Okay. The magnet that I normally stick the pins and the sticky notes to had grabbed some of my my pattern weights, but it wasn't letting go and it wasn't holding anything else. Oh yeah, I have an entire notebook full of things I want to make as well. Unfortunately, the one downside to making plushies as a job, at this point I have to prioritize things that people are paying me to make. So in terms of like all the plans of things I want to make, I can't really do them unless somebody pays me for it first. The narwhals are fantastic. I love the narwhals. Actually, I want to take that off. Unfold that there. Okay. Oof, those two have to go like that. Okay. The one thing I am kind of planning is, so June right now, I have a whole bunch of projects that I'm attempting to make. I would like to get as many of those done by the end of June as possible. So that's what I'm doing now. I've finished the 3 lambs. I'm not making more lambs. I'm working on Stitch. Or the Stitch-based OC. I'm working on the robots. I've got Lan and a dog. So I've got a bunch of these projects. A lot of them are just, I'm kind of waiting on the next feedback bit before I can continue on. So I'm going to work on them, try to finish them up as close to the end of June as possible, or like as soon as possible, but before the end of June if I can. And then all of July, I won't be taking any custom commissions. So I will just be working on my wedding dress off stream, and I'll be working on the embroidery of my dress and the sewing of my dress off stream, and then I'll be working on small things for kind of just having in stock. It's like more like the frogs that I made. I might make some more small animals like that, or things that are on my to-do list, things that don't have a deadline associated with them, because I don't want to have to like be like, well, I need more time on my embroidery, or like blah, 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 words. I need more time on my wedding dress, but I can't because I have a deadline. So all of July is just going to be things I kind of want to make myself, or things that are not on a deadline. Yes, I am. I am making my own wedding dress. I made my dress for 2020, but it was just basically it was my test dress for now. I draped the pattern and I made the test dress, and then I was planning on getting some really nice fabric and making my actual wedding dress, and then the whole world shut down, and suddenly you couldn't go into the fabric stores and buy a nice fabric. And that's not something I want to buy online because you need to actually feel the fabric and make sure it is. It's nice. So, yeah. But I can actually get fabric now, so I will be making version 2 of my wedding dress, I guess. And there's parts of it that I could probably do on stream. Like I'm doing embroidery down the front and the back of it, and then down the train. I could probably do that on stream, but the thing is I would probably not be looking at chat or talking during it. Because I really want to concentrate on that and not mess up. Because that would be bad. So I really want to just focus on doing that. So probably what I could do is just turn on the stream, like start streaming, and then just point my camera at my embroidery machine and just kind of let it go all day. And then just put like a little note, I'm not reading chat and I'm not responding to anything. So that I could do just to see some of the giant embroidery I'm doing. It's too big for my hoops. So like this, my embroidery machine can do some fairly large embroideries. This is one of the largest hoop sizes available on like the home domestic machine marketplace. Like making something this big. I think it's about 14 inches or thereabouts. It's 360 millimeters tall. So I can do a fairly big design in here. The embroidery on my wedding dress, I have to do 16 of these all lined up together. So extra big and extra precise. Like I have to embroider a piece of fabric and then move it just slightly to connect the next design to it. So that takes a lot of concentration. When I did it for my first dress back in 2020, it was a full day and partially the next day project where I did nothing but this embroidery. I also don't really want to walk away from the embroidery machine because if it makes a mistake, I want to know immediately so I can correct it. So I literally sat there for like 15 hours of just sitting and staring at my machines, just sewing away for me. How do I have the patience to do that? It was not easy. It was mostly the constant terror of if I look away, it might mess up, and I don't want to do this again. So, yeah, I could probably do that on stream just to have something on stream, but I definitely need to concentrate on doing that. And then making the dress, I will not be doing on stream because that involves lots of fitting. So it's like putting it on and taking it off constantly. And you can't really wear a lot of clothing like a t-shirt and jeans underneath your wedding dress when you're making it. You have to wear the same things that are actually going to be underneath it. So there's a lot of me not being very dressed at all. And I do not want cameras turned on anywhere around that. Yeah, I will take pictures of the wedding dress. Probably not with me in it for stream. I will show you pictures, and actually, if you're coming to the wedding, you're going to see it there, so yay. But I will take pictures of everything and show off the embroidery when I do it. Yeah, very nude sewing. Not even nude sewing, because you have to have all the little bits and pieces to, like, I've got fat and chunkiness. So I got all the little bits and pieces to hold the fat and chunkiness in place. So it's not even just nude sewing, it's sitting around in very uncomfortable under things. There's probably a call for that. There's definitely people who do like nude hobbies, like nude sewing. You get to stab yourself with pins in new and exciting locations. let me pin that. This is Bellflower, so I have to put that back on there. It still says 1 yard, even though I've cut some of the fabric off. It is still close enough to a yard. It's closer to a yard rather than 3/4, so I'm going to just do that. That is all of the Bellflower I need, so I am putting that fabric away. This is number 2. So I've got 1. Oh, no, that's number 4. Okay, oops. That's number 4. I just can't read. That's number 2. This is number 3. That's number 4. And this is number 5. Okay, let's set up Bernard. So go into my sewing machine now. I'm just putting my purple thread in. Because this is such small and precise sewing, I'm not going to cut out the pink pieces until after I've sewn the purple ones together. That way I can have the pattern pieces on top of every piece that I cut out without mixing them up. So I'm just going to do one eyeball at a time, basically. Just very small and very precise. And I might actually use the embroidery thread. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to use embroidery thread. It's a little bit thinner than sewing thread is, so I can get those lines even more precise. And I'm going to the slowest possible speed on my machine. Okay. The heat today is bad. Ooh. How warm is it? So I'm not pinning these pieces in place because I don't want the pins to warp them at all. I'm just kind of being very careful and holding things in place, and then I'm getting my sharp, pointy stick. Yes. A little bit more. Okay. And There's my first two. All the fuzzies that go with them. Okay, so that is piece 1 and 2. Let me go get piece number 3. Which is going to be another dark one and very, very small. Number 4. Oh, a turtle would be very cute. I think Charlie Knight has a free turtle pattern. I was thinking, so I make the pup cakes, which are the little dogs that have like frosting on their backs. I was thinking of making another, like an animal series of animals that are also like desserts. And I wanted to do like a macaroon turtle. So it's just got like the little cookie back type thing. Turked Oreo. Ooh, that would be good too. See, caramel turtle felt too on the nose though. That that was the very first one that I did think of, the caramel turtle. And then there was like, no, that's way too easy. I gotta come up with something a little bit more complex. How many people make turtles? Like how many people make like sewing patterns for turtles or like sewing out turtles? Okay, number 5. Caramel turtle plushie. I have not actually looked it up. I'm sure someone has to have made it already. Like that just seems too creative to someone have not made yet. Although that does bring up an interesting story I had. I thought was interesting. Way back, like probably close to a decade ago now, there was a post, I think on Tumblr, it might have been on some other site, but there was a post that went around where somebody wrote that they forgot the word manta ray when they were trying to talk about manta rays. And so all they could think of was saying was sea pancake. And everyone was like, sea pancake, that sounds adorable. Can't talk and work at the same time. So this person came up with the idea of like the sea pancake. And then a whole bunch of artists started drawing basically a manta ray as like a pancake. So I made one that's a plushie. Like based on some of these drawings, I made a plushie sea pancake. And about an hour after I posted a picture of it, some person came up and sent me a message saying that I had stolen their idea and they had made a sea pancake like 2 days ago. And here I was copying them. So I just, like, I went and I looked and they did indeed make a sea pancake like 2 days ago, as they said. But mine did not look exactly like theirs. And so I just responded back with a screenshot of the actual post where somebody else came up with the idea of sea pancake and the picture that somebody had drawn, like the digital art that somebody made of a sea pancake. And pretty much, because they were accusing me of stealing the idea, and I said, you're right, I did steal the idea. I said I stole it from this person, not you, and then they blocked me. So, yeah, like, it's cool to have original ideas, great, but it's not yours. Like, other people are going to think of the same things as you, unless it's something like it's your specific character that you have drawn and no one else ever. It's just an idea. Exactly, Sunbay. It's just an idea. So I did steal the sea pancake, but not from the person who was accusing me of it. And now Beezy, the same person who makes the bat pattern, she makes a whole bunch of little sea pancakes, and I think she even sells the pattern for it. So it's not a unique thing anymore. Okay, let me see here. Now I've got all my fabric bits. Now I want to keep them all pinned down because I need to flatten out the backs of them. Because right now this is very lumpy and bumpy. I'm not going to be able to embroider that down, so I need to flatten it. Let me start with the bottom here. Yeah, sea pancake, original OC idea. Do not steal. Yeah, that was, I think, my first accusation that I had ever like stolen an idea from someone, and it was kind of like, what? Yeah, I did. That thanks, but not from you, and I didn't even know that you existed until now. Thank you. Yes, the manta rays are and the sea pancakes are a very easy pattern. I do make them and sell them in person at my craft market as well. Uh, I've actually simplified the pattern even further so that my embroidery machine makes most of it for me. Okay, this is going to be a lot of pinning because I want to make sure that everything stays completely flat. Who's texting me? Oh, my mom. Cool. My mom has decided that she will come to my wedding. No, she got the invitation in the mail that we sent out today, so that's cool. I asked her to let me know when they would arrive, just so I have an idea of when other people might be getting them as well. You gonna say your mom is a joke? Yep, it was. You should be getting yours soon as well, Pick. Yes, hopefully, unless things went disastrously wrong. Am I using the embroidery machine? Not right away. I need to make both of these eyes, like the pink and the purple, and then I'll be going back to the embroidery machine. Um, the sewing machine is, as soon as I flatten this out, I guess I could do. Yeah, I didn't change it back, did I? Oops. I'm a professional streamer. How's that? Now you can see what I'm doing. Is there a command where the mods can change my cameras? Be like, Moose, you forgot. Okay, I think that is fairly. Nope, I missed that one right in there. Okay, let me flatten out this edge. Flat, flat, flat like a sea pancake. Okay. And now I get to flatten. That is slightly warm. Woo, lots of steam. Okay. Now, I don't know if it actually worked until I actually take all the pins out. And if it didn't work, then I have to repin it. These are warm pins. Oh my goodness. Woo. I think it worked. It is mostly flat. Okay. I am going to brush it down just one last time to make sure that everything is flat and in the right directions. BRB? Okay. Okay, pins there. I need my brush. I got my little Minky doll brush. So I can just keep everything going in the right directions. And that's looking pretty good. And it's laying pretty flat. Okay, I'm going to do one more little press on top of it. Turn the heat down, actually. I'm going to wait a little bit. And then I'm going to press it one last time. Ooh, the colors on the camera look different than in person. Interesting. I'm going to respond to my mom while I wait for the thing to cool down just a little bit. The iron to cool down. Okay. Let's see. Just squish you just a tiny bit. That is very warm. Okay. There is one eyeball. Now I have to do eyeball number 2. And that one is going to be pink. So this is my highlights. Let me put that tag right up there. Pins. Put it right there. Okay. Oh, I do not have a lot of this pink left. Okay. This is what I said I had a quarter yard. No, this is less than a quarter yard. Goodness. Okay, I did not properly mark that one. Flip it, and it's going down that direction. So let's see if I can fit both of the light pieces right in there. That would be very exciting. Let me put down. I can. Look at that. Whoa, that's pretty good. Okay. Fantastic. It matches my board here that I'm using. Pink on pink. Okay. No, no sorries. You are allowed to leave. I do not take attendance. And the only thing you missed was I think I pressed the eyeball there. So it's all flat now. It still looks the same, it just looks flatter. And now I'm cutting out for the pink. Which I have much less than a quarter yard, so I did not update my little tag to say how much I actually had properly. Okay, so there's my two light colors. I'm gonna have to refold this. This is way too small for me to fold properly, so that's just gonna sit off to the side. I'm gonna stuff that in Helpy's bucket for now. I'll fold that one later. I'll remove my dark bits over there. Okay, that is light number 4. So that's that stripe right there that I have. Woo. Okay, pin you down in the right spot. Okay, because you should not be. Those are straight lines there, not curved lines. Okay, so that's number 4 right there. This one is number 2, the light colored one. Boop. There we go. What plushie are you making now, Panda? Is it the turtle one? Okay, and dark pink. Put those there. Don't know yet. Okay. Still have to decide. Okay. My pink here. The last thing I made made with this pink, was an Amabi back in 2021, I believe it was. When the pandemic started, everybody started posting the little Japanese mythology critter. It's a little mermaid with like 3 fins, kind of a thing, and a little beak. And the story that everyone was posting along with it was, in times of plague and sickness, show a picture of me and I'll heal you, or I'll heal everything. I'll make the disease go away. So everyone was very much manifesting Amabi vibes, and so I made a plushie Amabi, and then also a sewing pattern that I gave away for free for a while, for making an Amabi. So this edge that's all chopped up and chunked up, that's her hair. She had pink hair. Let's see. I'm going to take that one there. I can probably do that one just down there in that little chunk. And this one can be right next to it. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so that's number 5. Number 3 has actually the exact same angle there because I did want that to be a straight line, so I can cut those two out actually touching each other. And I think I'm going to do that before I go over and cut out number 1 in the back there. So, whoop, I forgot. I have to keep it up in view. Can't use the bottom little bit of my table there. Okay. And I did not go all the way up to the edge of this fabric because that's where the machine actually holds it. So that edge is like full of holes and stuff. Let's see. Yeah, right there. If you can see that edge there, it's all full of holes. That's where the machine holds onto the fabric, and that's not a good section to use. It's kind of all chunked up. The fur there is never going to look right. That is just all gross edge there. Okay, so there's 5. Here's 4. Here's 3. Yes, okay. For a minute there, I had 3 upside down, and it actually worked. It was the same shape and size there. So I was like, oh no, the fur on that one is backwards. What did I do wrong? Especially because the fur on 5 was perfect. There we go. Okay, that's number 1. Okay. Hold you off to the side for a second. This one I can actually fold up nicely. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Well, mostly nicely. There we go. Okay, that is my Paris pink. So it's going to get its name tag put back on it and back into my fabric closet. Okay. I'm not going to put that on pink because it's really hard to see. My pink on pink. So I'm going to just use my wood table for now. I don't have anything else to cut, so it's fine. One, two, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Now I can change the camera. Because now I'm actually going to sew. So 1 and 2. Oh, and I need to change from purple thread to pink thread. So ideally, none of this thread will ever actually be seen. So it shouldn't matter what I do as my sewing thread here. But just in case it does show through, I don't want it to be like super glaring and a different color. So I'm kind of matching whatever colors I use to the fabric. So I have a pink. Oops. And there we go. That was 1 and 2. Yes, make the turtle. Okay, 3. The tiny, tiny little 3. I do want to make sure that I got this one right. I'm still worried about when I flipped it upside down. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Number 4. Okay. pointy stick. And 5. Fuzzies everywhere. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Nice. Its shell's going to be an amazing mixed bright color, blue, green, yellow, and pink. Oh, that sounds cool. That's going to be a very cool looking turtle. Okay. I no longer need these pattern pieces because hopefully these 2 eyeballs are going to work and I will never have to make them again. But just in case, I am pinning them all back together and they're going into the bucket. After I'm done with these like custom plushies, after I've finished them and they are all like completely done, I will never make them again. I don't get rid of the parent pieces still. What I do is I scan them in and then I'll save them on the computer. That way, if for some reason I have to like make eyes like this again, I already have the pattern for them and I can print that back out. But I don't have to keep them on hand as that paper version. So I save them on the computer because it takes up very little space that way. Okay, so let's see. Good. Okay, they do look the same, and that's why I was hoping for. I didn't want something to be like completely off. They do have to have the same shine on both eyes there. So that looks good. Now I'm going to pin them all down in place. And not using my yellow pins because my yellow pins are plastic and they will melt. Oh, also, I can wake up my iron there. So it will start heating up for me. Oh, I've got folders for my patterns too. But those are ones that I'm going to use multiple times that I keep like a printed out version for. If I'm never going to use the pattern again, as far as I'm concerned, that's when I'll save them on my computer. I have paper patterns though all over the place. Again, the bucket system. Let me grab that. Those are my paper patterns. So all of my patterns, each of them get a little paper folder that I keep them in. A lot of these ones are like clothing or costume type things. The ones up front here, this is all stuff from my wedding dress. And then everything in this bucket, this is all stuffed animals. So there's my lamb cultist. There's Beezy's bat. Choli Knight's tiny narwhal. My sea pancake. So these are just all of the ones that I'm going to make multiple times. I keep them all in here. So if it's multiple use patterns, I do keep the paper pattern on hand. If it is a giant like clothing type pattern that I can't easily scan in on a normal piece of like letter size paper, then I keep those ones. But whichever ones I can get rid of as to not add to that pile, I definitely do that. So like Helpy the robot here, which I will probably not make somebody exactly his shape again because he's an OC. And like if somebody is stealing his shape, then that's a concern. I will probably not make him again, so I will take all of his pattern pieces, scan them, trace them so that they're nice and neat, and then just save them on my computer, not in a giant manila envelope folder there. Yeah, and I've cut down on the number of patterns as well. Like all of my My Little Pony patterns, I ended up getting rid of those. I recycled all of them and just saved the patterns on my computer because I'm not really going to make many more My Little Ponies there. So it's like I don't actually need these patterns. So I've already cut down the number of patterns I used to have. Those ones are all just clothing and or dolls I won't make again. Or dolls I do make again. Things I'll repeat. Okay, I think that's fairly well held down. Speed up just a little bit more. Okay. There we go. Because I want to squash this one flat as well without burning it. Or melting it at all. Okay. Those are very warm. I'm not going to touch the pins quite yet. Ooh, that's still warm. Okay. So there's the eyeballs. I am going to press this one on the front again, just to make sure. I'm going to brush all the fur down in the direction it's supposed to go. And then I will iron it one last time. It has to go that way. These pins have to go against the grain, or I guess with the grain, the opposite direction. Because I'm going to brush them, and if they're facing this way, I guess, I will brush them and they come right back out. So they need to be the opposite direction of what I'm brushing. Okay, there's my eyeball. Why aren't you flat? Okay. Looks good. And flat. Okay. There's my eyeballs. Woo! Now it's time to actually embroider the face, because I'll be putting these down where the face goes. Fantastic. Okay, I have some eyeballs. I do need a cutting mat now because, let me see, you go here because you're still very warm. There we go. I do need a cutting mat because I will have to cut some stabilizer for my machine. The stabilizer is 20 inches, so I can't use my mini mat because that's only 18. So I need my medium mat. Man, I'm just pulling out all of my mats today. There we go, my dark blue. Because this one is going to be 10 by 15. Let's see. Let me flip it around the other way. You need to cool. You're very hot right now. Okay, 15. And then 10. Okay, one of these gets set aside for later. And I need a hoop for this one. I had the hoop out. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Okay. Same on this one. I'm going to trace out my crosshairs. But I am also going to have the machine stitch out some holes just so I know where everything goes. Oh, I can use the dark black line there. Perfect. Okay. So there's my hoop. And now I need the white fabric for it. Where did the face pattern go? This is why I need less projects right now. Because I keep putting things down and then losing them. There it is. Okay, so that's going to be the shape of the face right there. So I'm going to need a piece of white fabric about that size. Okay. Gonna lurk again? Okay. Enjoy your lurk, even though I don't have the command for you. Okay. I'm gonna trim right down there. That piece is wide enough I can still do something with it, so I'm not gonna cut that one off. I'm just gonna leave it where it is. Okay, so there's my face. Shake all the fuzzums off. Oh. I wore black today, which is very bad when you're working with white fabric. I have every single little fuzzy is visible on me right now. Okay, so that's the face there. The eyes are going to go right here and right here. Just like that. Well, not exactly like that, but close enough to that. And I need a little piece of gray for the mouth. I do have the gray pulled out. It's just a matter now I need to cut a bit. And I'm not even going to fully unfold this. Because all I need is that tiny little bit right there. So I'm just going to grab a pair of scissors and chop out a little bit there. There we go. Perfect. It looks just like him. Oh no, did the camera die? Camera? What are you doing? Why would you die like this? Because everything was just going too smoothly today, I guess? Yep, everything was just going way too smooth. It had to do something wrong. Okay. Maybe we'll work now. We'll see. Okay, well, there's my face. Looks just like him. Oh, I should move it down to the bottom corner. I got this. Let me move this guy out of the way. How's that? Perfect. Looks just like him. Okay, now I can set up my embroidery machine for the face, which I'm going to have it stitch out just the shape for me first. Gonna do some wiggles. Bye. Do the face. $241.50 hoop centered, and I do want you to rotate. Okay. Ugh. Oh, you're doing that? Okay. I have poorly designed this embroidery design. Well, I won't be selling this one. Not that I was going to anyways. So that puts the little tiny holes in the paper there. I don't even know if that's visible. Anyways, there's tiny little holes in the paper. And that is where my white fabric goes. Right over top all that. And because I really, really don't want this to shift, I am using tape to hold everything down in place. Okay. I'm also going to flip it over just to see where all those dots are, just to make sure it looks like I did get centered, and I did. That gives me the most little extra space, that most leeway on each side of it that I can get, without having to have like a huge piece of fabric in there that then I cut away. So, okay, that's the first one. Now I'm going to stitch around it, hold it all down. That same stitch that my machine did, but this time it's going to be with thread. I'm going to have it use white thread for now, just to make it extra complicated so I can't see anything. White on white. Oh, I could make that big, couldn't I? Okay. And yes, this is the positioning thread. So you are going to go to the next eyeball and stitch down the position of the eyeball. Thread out, tell it to cut its bobbin thread. Trying to remember how I designed the file, what the next step is supposed to be. Okay, so I put white thread on the white fabric just to make it completely invisible. I'm not sure if that's going to show up on camera at all. Probably not. Nope. Well, I have now stitched out the squares for where the mouth and the eyes all go. So I want to put them in place, which means I need my original eye pattern piece. Let me pull that out of the bucket. Maybe. Where'd it go? Ha! Okay. That's the pattern piece I originally cut out when I was designing this fabric. And this is why I don't throw out anything, because that's the exact shape and size of the actual eye on the fabric. And I want to make sure that this lines up properly, because this piece is a lot bigger than the actual piece that I have cut out. So I want the extra so I can cut it away. Hi, Gypsy. Yes, I do. The machine who is not being shown right now. Let me see. This little guy right here. This is my Topaz 50. This is Thomas. So he is my main embroidery machine. I also have a Brilliance 80, which is like the next step up from the Topaz 50. That's what I mostly use for sewing and or when I need to do embroidery on two different things. I bring him out. I set him up for embroidery as well. But yes, I do. That is my Topaz 50. Do you have a Topaz as well? Nice. Okay. Yep, that's my Topaz. Good morning, Judo. Did you enjoy your nap? The Topaz 50 is a good one to learn. I used to sell sewing machines in a previous job, and that one was one of the ones that I recommended for people who were beginners, but they wanted to do advanced stuff and bigger stuff eventually, not just little guys. So, Topaz 50 is a very good one. My con See, that's one way to say it. You could say that my content is very relaxing, or you could say it's so boring it puts you to sleep. So, is it glass half full or glass half empty? I think it's the music. The music is really what gets you. So I'm going to go back to my full table because I have to figure out the placement of these little guys. Content is relaxing. Cool. Okay. So I want the eye bit to line up. So I'm just basically using these lines on the fabric, putting them so that everything lines up on there. And that's about where it should be. That looks pretty darn good. I do make my own embroidery patterns for the most part. There are some that I use, like, do you know the pattern maker Choli Knight? She makes some free patterns. I do borrow some of those and use them for sewing patterns that I'm doing. But for the most part, yeah, I make most of my embroideries myself. So I use Welcome Hatch, which is an incredibly expensive program, but it's like very, very good as well. And you can ask as many questions as you want. I do not mind in the slightest. Yeah, Hatch is very, very expensive. If you don't need it right away, wait until Black Friday because they do like a Thanksgiving slash Black Friday sale in November. That's when I got mine. And they do drop the price. I think it was like 40% off or something like that, which was a huge chunk there. But yeah, it's an expensive one. It's very nice though. I do not regret spending the money on it. It makes everything so easy. I really like it as a program. Let's see this corner here. What kind of sewing do you do, Gypsy? Do you make stuffed animals as well? Nope, missed the corner there. Whoops. Okay. I'm just stabbing the pins through at the corners of the paper right now to make everything line up. Right there. And then, let's see. Come on. I might need to tape it down in place right now. This is all just placement right now. These pins are going to leave before I am actually embroidering it. It's not going to be pinned in place. You should never embroider with pins in your hoop. I say, having done it multiple times, because you are very likely to hit them. Your machine will not stop like you might if you were sewing by hand. Ooh, in the hoop charms. Yes, okay. That is, yeah, you want an embroidery program for that. That's much harder to make with like the free ones and everything because they need the placement stitches and everything, and the order matters. Fursuits, though, is really cool. That's something that I would have loved to do. Like, I I think it's really cool, and I would love to make fursuits. But the problem is, I can't justify making one just for the hell of it, and that is a lot of faux fur and just cost for something that I don't want to sell like the very first one and like promise, oh yeah, I can make one for you, and then pay me money, and then I completely mess it up. So I can't really justify actually making fursuits. But that is definitely something that's like, oh, so cool. Oops, that is not the corner either. Okay. Right there. Let me take these guys down. Oh, your hand hurts? Well, don't put yourself in pain for the turtle. Do not suffer for the turtle. Okay. There is my eyeball placement. That is where I want the fabric to be. And in order to make sure that that actually stays in place, I'm going to baste it down. I'm going to basically stitch through the hoop. I'm going to take a needle and actually just stitch it down in place so it stays right where it's supposed to be. Which means I need to find my needles. Oh, they're there. Okay. Misplaced them, but it's okay. I've found them now. Okay. Actually, I want to start a little bit back. And I am stitching just outside of the line right now. I really want to make sure that these eyes stay in the right place. Because, again, this is my custom dyed fabric. If I mess this up, I have to dye more fabric. I do not have enough for a second try. Turtle face is done. What did you tangle on? Don't tangle on the tape. No! Absolutely not. Oh, that's way off. This is why I do not do counted cross stitch. Like, going through the fabric to the other side, I am not great at this. This is... But I also really do not want it to mess up, so I'm doing it. Okay, right up to the corner there. Okay, so that's the top edge that I've now basted down. Basting just means big, giant stitches, basically. Stitches that will hold things in place, but are also possible to pull out later on easily. Come on, needle. Or pin. There we go. Pin. Whoop. Yes, okay. So this thread's only going to be long enough for the two sides. So I'm going to grab a different piece of thread for the other side. And I'm just going to kind of loop it and tie it off right there. I don't need a big knot or anything. Tiny scissors, where'd you go? There we go. Got them. Okay, now I need another thread. Do I want the white? I don't want white. White's not going to show up very well on the back. So it's going to make it a little bit harder for me to cut out. So we're going to go back and how about like a violent bright red? I'm going to go bright red. I will be able to remove those stitches really well. Okay. Ooh, that bottom is right near the edge of his eye. So I'm going to be very careful when I base this section because I do not want to miss some of that fabric. Come on. Immediately a little, why? Why the tangle? Okay, I can remove that tape because it no longer has a needle in it, or a pin, no longer has a pin. This one's going to be interesting because I've got, whoopsie, I missed that fabric once completely. That's not great. Don't want to do that. But now I've gone through the tape, so I guess I'm going to just have to peel that off right now. And to hope that the pin holds everything in place there. Ugh. And try not to stab myself. And then right at that corner, right at the corner of his eye is where I want this to come down. So that's the corner. Okay. And then I need to go back up this side. And everything looks nice and straight, so that's good. Oops, 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 don't do that. I said everything looks good and then immediately messed it all up. Ah. Okay. There we go. The eye is basted down in place, so it's not going anywhere for right now. Now I get to actually go and stitch it on the machine so that it'll stay in place permanently. This is a very complex eye. And I have another one to do afterwards. Okay. There we go. Thread you. Okay. Okay. Technically, I should have done the pink one first because that's what was in order on my embroidery design, but I'm going to do the purple one because it's already down. I'm not taking it off to put the pink one down. We're going to speed up just a little bit. There we go. Okay. So there's the eyeball actually stitched down in place. And some of my basting lines accidentally got up and into it, so that's when I will cut them and get rid of them. Come on. Yeah. Nip. Oh, come on. Some of this got threaded over. You heard your machine and looked at heard my machine and looked over at yours. Yup. Is this a no stab day, Panda? That's fantastic. Hell yeah. No stabs for anyone. Okay, so I have my eye. I've got all this extra fabric around it that I'm going to trim off now. because I don't need any of that extra stuff, and it will be in the way of the second eye when I put down that pink eye. Pink eye. Oh no, pink eye. Oh, I didn't cut off the black thread, did I? No, I did not. Okay, let's do that first. My black basting stitches just so that they are out of the way as well. Come on. Oh my gosh. Go! Definitely stitch through those ones. They do not want to come out. Come on. There we go. Okay. Crazy the amount of pins and not one stab. 0 stabs is always the goal. It's not a very easy to achieve goal, but it is the goal. Okay. So that bottom edge was very, very close to to the edge of the fabric there. I did not have to cut away very much there. There we go. Oh no, that edge came up. Okay, so that top little edge right there did not get caught by the thread. I think it will be okay. Just to be sure, though, I am actually going to stitch it back down in place again. Because I really don't want any mistakes on this one. So I'm going through there and back through here. Where's the end of the tail? Okay. If this was just a solid piece of fabric, like one color piece of fabric, I would not be nearly this precise and careful with it. Because if I make a mistake, I can replace it. But the fact that this is going to be, like, this is a custom dyed color that I cannot easily replace. And even if I had to replace it, I'd still be sewing all of these little lines together. I'm going to be so extra careful so I don't have to do this again. So there we go. Gonna hold that down. Basically just did 2 little suture stitches to it. Just to kind of hold everything there in place. And then I am going to tape that thread up out of the way. And I can cut the needle free. Okay. So that eyeball there should be good. Got a couple of little extra fuzzums, but I think they will be caught up in my satin stitch that holds it all together. Okay, and now I get to do the same thing with the pink eye to put it right next to that one. And again, we don't have... Oh, can I move that up a little? Not easily. Okay. Let's see. Right about there. What's that robot been doing? What, to get pink eye? Right? What is that robot doing? Okay. I'm gonna maybe forego the pins this time because they just like I had to untape them so quickly. So I'm gonna just skip them and we're gonna see how this works when I just basted it in place. So the very corner of this eyeball needs to be in this dark slicey bit. It's going to be right about here. That's that one. So I'm going to go through the corner of the eyeball there. Ugh. Come on. Yep, and there goes the fabric. What are you doing? Stop this. You need to lay down nice and smooth right there. Stay in place. And are you pinned where you're supposed to be? Okay. So that's where that's supposed to be. The top here is supposed to go right there. Okay, I am going to pin a little bit in place, I guess. At least until I get around to that side, and then I can take that pin back out. Okay. That goes along the bottom. This is the top. It's just the tiniest bit of pink at the top here. The darker pink. So where is the corner here? Okay, let's bring that to the edge so I can pin through. Nope, that failed miserably. Come on, pin. Nope, that pin doesn't want to work. Okay, well, I'm going to just hold it in place then. Let's see. Already sorry, got pink eye. Yeah, but just the one. He also got purple eye, so I don't know what that means. That's one side held down. And I do want to just check my corner. So that pin, let's see, going down where? Woo. Going down about there. So that is a good amount of pink in the top corner there. Okay, so I think I'm happy with the placement. Ugh. Welcome back, Pick. I'm putting eyes together. Woo. I just really want to make sure that these are in the right spot so I don't have to do this multiple times. So I'm actually sewing in an embroidery hoop. Okay, then that pin can be removed now. We come back up at the corner, which I don't want that pink all the way at the corner. So let me add a little bit more in here. Okay, because where is my corner here? Ooh, that light pink is a little bit close. But it is looking the same. Okay, for now I'm going to leave that pinned right there. Try not to stab myself. Hell yeah. That's the pin, not the needle. There we go. Okay. I guess I can remove that now. Almost done with the turtle head? Damn, you're going really fast for hand sewing. Crazy fast. Whew. Good thing these stitches are not permanent because they are not looking great. That is some professional sewing right there. Oof. Fantastic. All perfectly in a line and all exactly the same size and shape. Fantastically done. Yep. Okay, but it is now stitched down in place. I can tape that out of the way. There we go. Okay, so I can go back over to the embroidery machine now. Over to Thomas. And tell him to stitch down that eye. And hopefully everything looks great at the end. Here we go. Let's see how the eye turns out. Well, I'll tell you what, he is not happy about the number of layers that he's stitching through right now. I'm actually going to have him stitch down the purple eye one more time, the blurple eye one more time, just because I really want to make sure that that stays in place before I start doing all my satin lines, and then it sticks out. So that would really not be great. There's no pointy stick. Pointy stick time. So we went around the part that I missed, the threads missed there. And now he should be good to come out. Okay. Whew. It's looking good. Okay, let me bring that back over to the table then. Oh, pointy stick doesn't need to be there, but whatever. Okay. So that second round of stitches, wow, oh, they throw it off the table. There we go. The second round of stitches did catch the edge that time, so that looks much better. I'm pleased with that. Now I can cut away the extra pink, because it does look like it's pretty good. So this side, the purple, is a little bit bigger than this pink. Like the shine comes a little bit closer to the edge. But that pink corner is the same size as that purple corner. So I think what happened is when I was sewing these tiny little light colored strips in there, this one's just a little bit narrower than that one. Or the thing stretched a little bit. Indigo? No, it's blurple. Absolutely blurple. We don't use proper color names here. For the head, he needs a lot. Yes. The amount of stuffing that goes into a stuffed animal is always a lot more than you think it's going to be. And it doesn't even matter if you're like, oh, well, he's going to take a lot, so I will get like 3 times as much. No, it's so much. They wait for you to start stuffing them, and then however much stuffing you picked as like how much he needs, immediately doubles it. So you could pick the entire bag, all of the stuffing, and you'd need 2 bags. Plushies are really evil like that. They wait and they know and they laugh. Okay, let's get rid of this extra. That is looking pretty good. Get rid of a little bit more of that fuzz right there. Mm. Come on. I do not want to cut the white fabric. Come on. Ah, look at all those fuzzies I missed. Again, it missed that very top corner. Not really sure what's going on with the embroidery file right there. It's the same eye on both sides. So I'm gonna pin that one together with a little bit of thread as well. Just suture that down in place. And let's see. Oh, actually, I'll return it to the other side. Tape that one up as well. Not sure. Both of the eyes had a little issue right there. Okay, so I'm going to go around the pink eye one more time just to get that top section hopefully tacked down properly. And then the next part that needs to be tacked is the mouth, which I'm going to be much less concerned about because it's just gray and it just goes like that. Voila. Okay, so back to the embroidery machine. Okay, so we're going back to the pink first. Because I really want to make sure that top edge is tacked down. See? Okay, we got it. We got it that time. Oof. Okay, so now we can do the gray, which is over top. We're good. And just hold it down in place. Doesn't have to be pinned at all. Okay. And trim. Really? Really? His head went a little weird on one side. It's not too bad for your first go anyways. Yeah, perfect. For a first try at anything, they are allowed to be as wonky or weird as you want. And just say that he was meant to be that way. He's got personality. Okay. I was much less precise going along the bottom of that line because that's actually in the seam allowance, so no one is ever going to see that line. My shame will be hidden forever. Okay, so there's the face. Now I need the water-soluble stabilizer, so where did I put that piece? I just had that piece. I did it on Helpy's body. Where did I put it? Ah! I put it underneath the stabilizer. Okay. This is going to get seriously taped down in place because I do not want any mistakes. Robot face is so cool. Oh, thank you. I'm pleased with how he's turning out so far. Okay, so some serious tape on this guy. Whoops, and I already messed up the edge there. Which is why he's getting taped in the first place, so I don't mess up. Okay. There we go. I can put the face and the eyeball back in the bin. There's that. Whoops. The little body bit goes back in the bin as well. Okay. And now I'm actually going to stitch him down with the proper colors this time. So I have my dark purple, my dark blurple for the eye there. I have my dark pink, which is all the way at the top. I have my dark pink there. And then my gray, which I have to decide which gray I want. Let me pull out my gray fabric one more time just because I put the stabilizer on top. Oh, I definitely want that one. That one looks green next to the fabric. That's not good at all. We're not doing that one. So do I want to do that one or even darker? Let me look at my reference picture. Maybe. Why do you keep closing? He is darker gray mouth, so maybe I will do this gray. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay. So there's my three colors. I forget which one is first. Probably the pink eye, but I'm going to check and see. Wiggle things around a bit. Okay. The first color is the pink eyeball. So it'll be the pink eye, then the blurple eye, and then the gray for the... Oops. And you don't need to be folded over, you're good. You're good where you are. So pink. And go. I'm going to sit and watch this one for a while just because I really don't want this to mess up. And I can already see where he is going to mess up. So before that happens, there's just a little bit too much of the pink edge sticking out around there. So I'm going to untape him. Whoop. Yep. Untape. And just cut away a little bit of that. Yeah, there we go. Fold under. Just a little bit too much pink fuzz. Top corner as well. Whoops, come on. Oh. Maybe the top edge. Just a little bit too much fuzz. Making me nervous. This is probably going to be okay. But because I really don't want to make this face twice, I'm going to take it off now just in case. Ice cream? I want ice cream. I don't have any ice cream in the house. I do have frozen fruit. But no actual dessert ice cream. Okay, we're going to start again. And then get rid of that little fuzzy bump. We don't need the fuzzy bump. We're good. You're good. Yeah, he's looking fine. Okay. Woo. Your boyfriend got the ice cream. Well, did he bring enough for everyone to share? Okay. Whew. So that has gone around that top edge. That's where I was most concerned. Oh, it's only enough for two people? Okay. I guess I won't share the ice cream. So that is going around the top edge. That face should be good. That means I have completed the lambs and also completed what I was hoping to do with Helpy today. I've got the test of his body, and then I've got the face that's finishing up now. The only other thing I was gonna do was Maki the bat. Hmm. Well, let's see what kind of progress I can make on Maki there. Let me see if I can find it first. There we go. There's Maki. So the sushi bat. Is that, I don't know, is that big enough? Yeah, there we go. I can make it. There we go. Sushi bat. Pull out all the bits that I would need for her. Face, ears, belly, and body. Okay, belly, body. That, and where's the belly? There's the belly. One of these for the ears, which I don't want one that I have to iron. There we go. And two wings. There's that. And, oh, I probably shouldn't put that away because I only need two of these feet, but this is enough for 8 bats. So let me cut out 2 and then I can put the other ones away really well. Okay, there's my 2 feet. I can put the other feet away. Oh, the pink is done! Woo! Okay. Pink is good. Let me pull that out. No, don't do that. Why? You don't like that? Okay. I will not look at it, I guess. We're just going to go on to the next one. start there. Oh, I need a lid before I keep going on that one. I do need a little cap on this spool of thread, otherwise it will stick to the plastic there. Okay. For you, go all the way around. There are more little bits I want to cut away. Stop it. Oh my gosh. I'm sticking to everything. The top section. Woo. I'm just being extra careful with this. Last little bit just along the side. Tape down, hold in place. Okay. Seafood bat. Yup. There's my tiny little feet. Extra small because they're down in the corner right now. But I think Thomas is a little bit more interesting than watching me cut out bits of fabric. He's making a face. Okay. Ooh. a little bit close to the edge of that toe. So I think I'm going to actually stitch it together. I'm going to need white thread for that. That's right there, right on the edge. Okay. I just reinforced the edge of one of these toes here because it was a little bit close to the edge where I cut it. I think I might have to, the next time I do these back feet, I might have to redesign my embroidery file with the stitches a little bit smaller because it's a bit hard to rip the paper away from it without pulling the stitches a little bit much. But that's pretty easy because I have the file still saved. All I really need to do is go in and change. I think I have it at 1 millimeter. I'll just change it down to like 0.75 millimeter. And then stitch out 8 of those feet to see how well they do. And Thomas is done with the eyeball, so let me go change it over to gray so that he can do the mouth. Okay, we've got the mouth going. So I'm going to get back to cutting out the seafood. Some back bits. Here for the face. Here, there. Okay. Pinky does not like laying smooth on top of cotton. Ah. Stab. That was my first stab of the day. I am kicked out of the No Stab Club. All because of the bat. Okay, there we go. The ears are together. That face is almost done. Yes, thank you for the stab. Unfortunately, I was so close to being stabless. Ugh. Oh no, you did not go to the edge. Go to the edge. Okay. So the face only has a little bit more to go, and then the face will be done. I can probably finish up some of the bat. And then when I get to the point of I'm done with the machine sewing and all I have left is the hand sewing, I'll probably end the stream there just so I can go get food and then oh, food's leftovers. Oh, okay. Food's gonna be super easy to get today. But I'll get some food and then I'll do the hand sewing after I eat. That's still probably a fair ways away. Like, this is not going to be a quick and easy project. I've still got quite a bit of sewing and time left on that, but just as a heads up, that's probably what my plan's going to be. There's a couple of other things I could probably do for Healthy, like I could make the balls for his hands, but I will probably save that for tomorrow. I think I am going to stream tomorrow. I was meaning to stream yesterday, except for everything went wrong. So what I will probably do is stream tomorrow just to kind of make up for that missing day. Unless something else comes up really, really pressing. I don't know. The face is done! Woo! Let me pull that out and bring it to the table. Do-do-do! The face. Okay. There we go. So there we go. Kim face. Whoops, well, minus the fuzzies that are everywhere. Kim face. Nice. Okay. That turned out very well. Minus all the fuzzies that I have to clean up, his face is basically done. I do have a couple little red threads that need to be pulled out. Let's see, I just noticed them. That might actually be easier after I take the stabilizer off, though. Yep, I think I got it. Okay. Yep, red thread's gone. Perfect. There we go. So, the face. That's done. Very cool. Yeah, and I'm pretty pleased with how those stripes turned out. That's very nice. The little side corners are a little bit off, but they do have that same angle to them, so I'm happy with that. I like that the mouth stands out. That's good. So, yeah. Okay. Face is done. I'm going to set that aside for now. Take that out of the hoop first. Take it out of the hoop and then set it aside. Hoop's going to go back over behind Topaz where it's kept. There we go. Thomas guards my hoops. The face is done. I'm not going to remove it from the paper until after I've washed the water-soluble stabilizer out of it. So I'm going to just kind of fold it up for now. I do want those pieces later on, so I'm not going to like rip and shred them off now. But there we go. And that's going to go in the bucket for later. That is done. So, heck yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to sew up the bats. The little tiny feet are done. I can flip them inside out. I can't do anything more with them until the body is all sewn up, though. So, just going to flip those little guys. Some toes. Some tiny white toes. Probably the worst color to try and do anything on film with. That and black. Do I have a pure black bat? Yeah, I do. I've got a Halloween bat that's black. All black. That one's a pain to try and take pictures of. I'm not sure if I have an... Oh, wait, I do have an all-white bat. That was the Vincent, the Van Gogh bat that I had. I don't know if I took pictures of that one. Okay. I'm going to clean up my mess just a little bit. I do not need the tape anymore. The little pieces get tossed. The big pieces get wrapped back around. Do not need the threads. Everything on this bat is going to be sewn with white, so I don't need multiple colors there. I won't need my forceps until I am stuffing. I do need my tiny scissors. I will need pins. I don't think I need to iron anything more. I did pick the non-iron necessary bits there. Okay. There. How's that? Perfect. Woo! Good enough. Okay. Okay, so the body, I need to sew the butt together. The gusset for the head, that gets sewn. The little gusset, or the gusset, the dart on the body, that gets sewn together. Once the body is sewn, then the wings are attached there. I need to finish the ears before I put them in the head. The little toes are just waiting. So these 4 things are going to come over to the sewing machine so I can get those sewn up. And I'm going to turn Thomas off because that was the last job I had for him today. So there we go there. Thomas is done. I'm going to sew up some back bits. I need white thread for this. And not the embroidery thread that I was using. Okay, and I have my clear plastic foot on, which is the one that I can see underneath. So I'm going to use that on the ears. So I'm going to start with those. I don't want a super short stitch, and I can stitch a little bit faster now because it's not the super precise lines of the eye shines for help. Extra thread there. Thank you, Bernard. Oops. Get the pin. Can't do that. Cannot sew when you're on top of the pin. And yeah, also, again, do not sew over your pins. Don't do this. Sunday, yes, what favor? Seconds to finish this line, and then I will click it. That's adorable! Oh my goodness! It's Mr. Moustache with his little bucket! And he's got his poo pile! He has his pile of poo! That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. That is so cute. How do I use Twitter? Oh my goodness. Thank you. That is adorable. Oh. Oh, you were drawing that right now. Oh, thank you. You didn't even notice the pile of poo pincushion? It's fantastic. It used to be a snake. Yeah, can I turn that into an emote? Is that possible? Either that or I'm gonna put him somewhere up on stream. He's adorable. The many bucket projects. He's so cute. Well, that made my day. Oh, come on, Bernard. And then Bernard immediately decides to not make my day. Why would you do? Don't do that. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Coming back to the table area. Maybe. Okay. Yes. Look at that little man. He's so cute. He's so cute. Ah, he's so shiny. Look at him. He's got his bucket. He's so cute. Oh my goodness. I'm just looking at him and like happily giggling. Oh, he's fantastic. Thank you, Sunday. Ah, I can't even get back to bats. Yes. Pick this. This is my poo pile. It used to be a snake. I was originally going to make a snake that was like a cinnamon roll with all the frosting on it, and it's like, no, I don't like that shape. It was not working out, so it's like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna make a pretzel out of a snake, and it still wasn't working. So then I curled it up on stream, and it became a pile of poo. And then I added some extra little pins just for the danger of stabbing myself, and also their corn, and little bits of corn in the poo pile. Okay, I heard a Discord notification, so that was probably that. Thank you. Now I just have to stitch this down together so it doesn't come apart, and I'll have a permanent pile of poo. Okay, some tiny little snips there. Got an ear. Here's my second ear. Woo. Whoop. Oop, oop, oop. There we go. Some extra fuzzums there. Okay. Uh, I am so distracted now. Okay, there's my ear. Here's another ear. I have to put those into the head next. I have to put the wings onto the body as well. I can't do anything with the ears still. That has to be until the body needs the wings on it. But I can put the ears in the heads. And I can put the wings onto the belly. And then come back for the next part. Okay. I gotta get this bat done. It is almost 5 o'clock here now, which is strange. Normally I get a notification from my husband that he's on his way home, and I have not. Oh, I need the clips. Where's my clips? Bernard had my clips. There we go. So normally I get a notification that my husband's on his way home by now, and I have not. Is he just having a long day, or did he leave without telling me? Oh, he left without telling me. Okay, he's on his way home. Okay, so I definitely have to get the bat done quickly. But I mean, I could just keep working when he's here. That's not a problem. But he's on his way home, and I want food. So if I finish the bat, we can have dinner. Yeah, Mr. Moose on stream, he can help me with the sewing and make a mess of everything. He does not do anything sewing related. He does do like video editing and like recording stuff though, so he knows those things. Okay, those two are pinned together. Let's get the body onto the wings. Oops, I do need to snip these first. I am just super distracted now. Yes, Mr. Moose wants to do movie reviews, just like reviews of like movies out in theaters and also older movies that people may not have seen. So that eventually he will get to that. We keep trying to do that, especially because like he had summers off for a while just because he works in education and there's no summer classes. But then he started getting like paid summer classes, and now he does work year round, but there's a lot less work in the summer. So eventually he's got to start doing those things. Oops, I want the pin on the cotton side there, the wing side. Yes, and it's a very long commute right now. It was the only way. He works in a very, very expensive, high cost of living area. This is the cheapest, like, this is the closest we could get at a price we could afford. So he has an extremely long commute right now, and that's very tiring. Thank you. I do hope things work out too. I mean, this is going fairly well. I was looking at like numbers and such from like what I'm doing now, and between making things to sell online, making things to sell in person, streaming, and like what everything is costing me there to get this set up, like I'm doing fairly well. This is like the best I've done at plushie making, so I think this is gonna work. This is phenomenal. The only time I've had better sales was right at the beginning of 2020 when everyone was like, you need to make fabric masks. I made a hell of a lot of masks in 1 month and sold basically what I had sold in 2019. I sold half of that again in 1 month just based on like fabric masks, which then it turns out they weren't even all that helpful, but nobody knew that at the time. We kept getting conflicting information, so I made masks. I made a lot of masks. Yes, better than nothing. And it made people more conscious and aware of what they were doing as well. What is true? Okay, I'm gonna go back over to my sewing machine, get this belly sewn up, and then put the ears in the faces. Whoops, did I throw that on the ground there? The two faces as well. Let me grab my phone so I can see chat. Twitch banned a person for copyright of his own music? What the hell? Oh, that's crazy. is music. Don't you get like 3 strikes though if before like that happens? I think I saw that in like the creator dashboard. Okay. Happened 8 days ago with a friend of mine. Okay. Did he get it? Okay, so if it was a 48-hour ban, the guys count back. But I feel like I think there's supposed to be 3 strikes. Does that mean he got like 3 strikes on his own music? Because there should definitely be a system to like fix that. Like automated or not, if it happens once, you appeal it, and then they like say, "Oh my bad," and they mark you as like not copyright person. There we go. If I read it correctly and remember correctly, I think on the creator dashboard it does say you have like 0 out of 3 strikes on your account or something like that. Okay, that is too many pins. I am definitely going to stab myself. Where is my pin cushion? My magnet, my giant magnet. Bunny, half a bat. Okay. There's my body. Ah, and I need my pins. Ah. I really need a second magnet to put all my pins on. I keep forgetting them in one place in the room and I have to like go find them and bring them with me. Although if I had 2 different magnets, I would probably just split the pins in half and then still not have enough pins. Okay, the bat face gets stuck onto the gusset, that center middle part. I can only do 1/2 of the face at a time though, because it's narrow enough that if I try and do 2, the pins kind of overlap on both sides, and I will most definitely stab myself and sew something incorrectly. So that would be very no bueno. I don't do that. But I can do half the face and then half the do the second half of the other face after. Gotta line up my little markings. Okay, so half a face pinned in place. Now I get to do the rest of the body. Push that inside there. Okay. The feet go in. And I do 2 pins per foot. Because if I don't, they tend to like roll up and then it just messes up entirely, and I don't want that. I want the feet to look nice. And then pin that to the body. I do use a big yellow pin to pin the center of the bottom to the center of the belly. Just because I want to make sure that those 2 pieces line up fairly well. And if I tried to use a blue pin there, they would most definitely bend. That is going through a lot of layers. I'm going through 2 layers of the seam here, 2 layers of the seam there, and then 3 or 4 layers of a foot to get those to line up there. The fabric side up. I'm going to pin the points of the wings. Stop it, pins. So that one right there, this one right here. Oop, oopsie. Oop. There we go. And then the top point as well. And then the corners or the points of the wings on the other wing. And now I go back and I put pins in between those sections. Just to make sure that everything is held in place. This long stretch of wing is probably going to get 3 pins. Yeah, 3. It looks like it's behaving nicely. If it's not behaving, then it gets a 4th pin. But it's pretty good. This one is staying in place. Not a yellow pin. I want to be able to sew over these ones, which you should never do. Do not sew over your pins. And one more. Actually, I'm probably thinking of put 2 in here. 1 to keep the curve where it's supposed to be, and 1 just to make sure that the edge of the body here lines up with the belly right at that point. Because there's a lot of stuff going on in there. That's where the belly and the wing fabric join together. It's also where the toes are, and this is a curve on that backside, so a lot is happening right in that little section there. The most common mistake I make on the bats is the toes, like instead of laying flat like this, one folds over so that there's an issue when they don't lay flat and nice. The second most common issue is that this little corner right here where the wing turns into the belly, I don't catch it when I'm sewing, so then there's a hole in the bottom there. So just everything to do right at the bottom of those feet, just a big issue area. So to try and prevent that kind of a thing, I just extra pin there, and then I check before I flip it inside out, or I guess right side out. I check and make sure that everything's in the right spot there as well. This wing might only need 2. This is behaving very nicely. I am suspicious. Okay. So there's the body. And there's the little face, one half of the face. I'll come back and do the second half afterwards. And then I'll put the eyes on, and then I'll sew up the chin. After I get this, I have to flip it, and then I stitch down the little wing bits. But should be good to go. So that and half of a face. Um, okay. And again, I forgot my pins. Ugh. There we go. It's magnet. So I don't stab myself. Okay, there is half of the face. And then the bottom. Why are you not actually sewing? Come on. Yeah, I noticed. You don't like your thread. Bernard just told me that he has an issue with his thread. I believe it. Okay, you want to try this again? Still no? He has decided to work again. Second stab today. Ah, damn. I was doing so well for so long. Thank you for the stab pick. I'm gonna remove the rest of these pins before I get another stab. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, there we go. My body. Woo. Inside out body. Okay, back to the table. Without my pins. Damn it. Pins. So there is this thing where you can have like a pin cushion on a bracelet, so it keeps it in place wherever you go with it. I had one of those. The problem is that I wasn't very careful when I would move around, so I was constantly reaching across my own arm and stabbing myself. So it did not solve any problems, it just made new problems. New and exciting problems. Hi, dear Mr. Moose. He's on the phone with someone else. He turns around and waves to him. The danger bracelet, yes. Hi. I am. I'm finishing up a bat and then I'll be done because I'm hungry. So we're gonna, no, I'm not going to take my time because I want dinner.
Oh. Dinner?
Leftovers.
Oh, okay.
Although if you'd make me some rice, I'd appreciate that.
That's what I was just gonna ask. What do you have left?
I do have leftover rice, but I want to turn that into fried rice.
Okay, so I'll make you rice.
Please, thank you. Picanha says, hi, Mr. Moose. Panda says, hey, Mr. Moose.
Hello, everybody. I don't know if they can hear me or not.
Yeah, probably. A birthday raid target suggestion. Yes, of course. That sounds fantastic. Because otherwise you'd have to deal with me just going and reading people's names on Twitch for like 10 minutes straight. So let me poke out the edge here. A funny friend, fantastic. And if it's their birthday, instead of doing Moose Raid, we'll just say happy birthday. How's that sound? Ooh, special. Tie time. Okay. Not a fan troll person, right? Because I knew a fan troll person that was named Tima Time. Okay. Demigod of Cheat. Okay. Probably not the same person then. Just very similar names. Okay, there is my body. It is flipped and good to go. I need to do the little V shape on the wings to actually keep them flat, and then I need to do the sides of the body to turn the body into a body. I also need the little face bit here. So I think I'll do the face, and then I'll come back over here. I'll put in the 20 minutes. I hope I will be done with this guy in 20 minutes. That would be me working really slow. So I have a little tiny sewing bit here after I pinned it all in place. Little tiny sewing bit there. The putting the eyeballs in shouldn't take me too long. And then stitching up the you turned off the lights. Stitching up the I don't remember what I was saying. I got distracted. Side of the face, 2 eyeballs, or side of the face, come back over, put the 2 eyeballs in, sew up the chin and the V's on the body at the same time. Done. That's what I was trying to say. So we are speed bathing now. 20-minute time limit. I got this. Actually, less than 20-minute time line. I still got this. Okay, there we go. This is not going to take long. I'm not even going to bother changing the camera around. Okay. And look at that. I came back over with my eyeballs. I didn't even forget them. See, definitely speed bathing. And my pointy stick is over here, which is also completely, totally on purpose, and I didn't just forget it over here originally. Oops. There's an eyeball. There's an eyeball. There's the back of 2 eyeballs. My eyeballs can all go back in my little plastic container. And pointy stick time. I have actually stabbed myself with a pointy stick once. That was not fun. Of all the stabs I've done, the pointy stick one was probably my least favorite stab. That one made me bleed, and it was not good. There we go. eyeballs and fuzzies everywhere. There's another plushie streamer that I follow who has an actual redeem for like Make It Snow. And when you redeem Make It Snow, she literally takes whatever project she's working on and she shakes it just so fuzzies go everywhere. Okay, back to sewing. Now that the eyeballs are in, I'm gonna need one pin in there, I think. Curly pin it is. Okay, 2 pins because I don't want that one just sitting there. Okay, there we go. Okay. There's my face. Little bat face. Very squishy. Nice little guy. I need like a ring light pointed at the front here. I do have a light behind it, but not in front. So whatever I hold here looks kind of dark. That will be for after August. Now I need a bit of the bottom thread. Let me pull that up. No, don't go in. There we go. Okay. So I have long tails on there now because I want to be able to sew along the edge here. Yes, Kirby! Kirby who holds my extra pins! Who is now in the way because you'll get hit by the Batwing. I do not want to have my machine cut the threads because, again, I want to keep those tails really long. I trim them off so that there's no knots or anything. Because my machine is set up that he will actually like tie a knot in the thread and then cut it for me. But I really don't want him to do that because the knot's going to be visible. Okay, one last little wing bit. there we go. Bat body, bat face. I'm going to take that back over to the table. Woo! All the fuzzies everywhere. Okay. So that's where I'm going to leave that bat today. Maki needs to be stuffed and then have some hand sewing. I also finished multiple lambs. The pile of poo is not finished today. That's just a thing. So there we go. And we're ready to raid. Woohoo! Yes, a real life gotcha machine that had little Kirby's that came out of it. And I got the extras. Yes, the moose droppings. Ooh, that's fantastic. Okay, the name is Tie Time. I am not actually on Firefox watching myself, so let's see here. Speech there. Okay. And you said it is his birthday today? Because we can just say happy birthday. No, yes, yes, yes. Oh, okay. Have a good night, Panda, and thanks for stopping by. I will be back streaming tomorrow, more than likely. Time. Oh, okay. Time. Okay. Cool. We're going there. Okay, I will probably be back tomorrow unless something really big happens that I can't. So yeah, thank you for everyone stopping by, and thank you for getting me the 50. That's fantastic. Yes. Yay. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna say happy birthday with little mooses. That's what we're doing today. It is little moosies. Less than 50 to 100. Yeah, next goal. Ready to go. Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you all for stopping by. I'm going to change my scene because I know how to do that now. And I will see you all next stream you drop in. So, thanks. Bye, guys.